I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Emerald. Here. Lopez Zepeda.
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Aguirre.
Here.
Mr. Solisa and Dr. Arencibia are absent.
This is a point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting. Before or during consideration of that item, each person wishing to address an item in the meeting noticed in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
If there is no further communication, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. One, we have 6 of them. 1, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, Education Code 48916-2 48918. Students identified by case and ID number, public employee discipline, dismissal relief, Government Code Section 54957. 3, conference of legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 is subdivision D, Government Code Section 54956.9. 4, conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Did I just say that one? No. Okay. Thank you. Oh, they're just all titled legal counsel. Conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 is subdivision D, Government Code Section 54956. Conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Codes 54956.9, and Conference of Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We'll adjourn to closed session. Call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Emerald. Here. Lopez Cepeda.
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
Ringfield.
Here.
Thank you. This is the point on agenda where members, this is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with the government code section. Yeah, I don't think I have the. Am I good?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, that's coming up after
Page 2.
page 2. So let me start over again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so I have the wrong. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. I don't know if I said that before, but I got to make sure I do say that. Clerk of the board, please call the roll. Let's do it again.
Emerald. Lopez Cepeda.
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
Ringfield.
Here.
Thank you. We'll now hold a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance. We keep in our thoughts all those who are suffering around the world. And unfortunately, there's a lot of that's happening. But if we can keep those families and people, nations in our thoughts. Thank you. If we could please stand. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID number. 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. 3, Conference of Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Paragraph 1 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 4, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 5, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, Paragraph 4 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. And 6, Conference of Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took no reportable action. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the November 13th, 2023 regular board meeting with a change that the board will first consider board item Q1 after the student representative report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Emerald.
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda.
Yes.
Segura.
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Ringfield.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Great. The board would like to welcome Maritza Chavarin, San Isidro Women's Club President, and Alice Delatorre, who have a presentation for the board. Please come forward. Thank you.
President Nicolas Segura, Dr. Adriana Aranciba, board member, Eva Lopez Cepeda, board member, Arturo Solis, board member, and Asaya Renfield, sorry, excuse me, a student representative, also Emerald, and all the public present. My name is Maritza Chavarin, and I'm a proud president of the San Isidro Women's Club. We are here this evening to give you the good news about our San Isidro Women's Club Scholarship Endowment. But before that, I would like to present our scholarship committee and some of our members that are present. Misalis de la Torre, Marta Jacobo, Maria Maitorena, Gaby Gregory, and Betty Rojas. Present back. As a San Isidro Women's Club, we have been awarding scholarships and incentive awards for 22 years in San Isidro. And this evening, we would like to give you a little history of the project. We are a 501c3 nonprofit club, and we are all volunteer organization with no paid staff. The San Isidro Women's Club is one of the 17 clubs in the San Diego County. Our club is over 100 years old. We are officially incorporated in 1915. Also, I'm a parent of 2 students who attend San Isidro School District and Sweetwater School District 2 at the San Isidro High School students. Right now, they are continuing their college progress and students. One is at SDSU, and my daughter is in Southwestern College. I make me very proud to know that district was a big part of their foundation to them, and they can keep it forward with their careers. A little bit of history of me. I joined the Women's Club in 2012, and I was very impressed by the scholarship project for the San Isidro High School 12th grade students, as well as the incentive award program for the 8th grade students from the San Isidro School District. That is my great pleasure. We decide to continue with this and create the San Isidro Women's Club Scholarship Grace Kojima Endowment that we currently start with the amount of $125,000, and our goal is to put a $500,000 in our endowment. And with that amount, we allow us to maintain the security of the San Isidro High School students and the 8th graders of San Isidro School District to obtain their scholarships forever. With this, I pass the mic to Alex de la Torre, our chair for the Scholarship Endowment Committee, to inform us a little bit more about the endowment. Thank you so much for hearing us, and pass the voice to Ms. Alice.
Thank you.
As Marisa says, I'm the vice president of the San Isidro Women's Club, and I am the chair of the San Isidro Scholarship and Incentive Awards. And we have, as she already mentioned, we have been working 20 years. In the 20 years that we've been given scholarships, we've given over 500 scholarships to San Isidro High School. Now, why San Isidro High School? Our students from San Isidro Elementary go to San Isidro High School, so we follow our students. In 8th grade, we give them a beautiful letter congratulating for their scholarship and for the good grades, and we give them $100 in an envelope. We've been doing that for 23 years. They're very proud, and then we ask them to apply for the scholarship when they get to the high school, which is San Isidro. And for the last 20 years, we've been giving every year we give about 20 scholarships, and it's always $1,000. A few years we've given more, but it's always been $1,000 for sure. So we are here today to officially announce that we have entered into an official agreement with the San Diego Foundation. We started with $250,000. Our goal is 500. Why 500? Because 5% of 500,000 is 25,000 a year, so that's what we need, and it's going to be in perpetuity. So that means 50 years from now, 100 years from now, there'll still be scholarships for the students, because the principle of the $500,000 will always be there. You only take the interest. So it's a guarantee. 100 years from now, our students in San Isidro Elementary and San Isidro High School will receive scholarships. That is a guarantee. Now, we have, the reason we're doing this is Grace Kojima, when she retired 23 years ago, she decided not to just go away and do something else. She decided to become a member of the San Isidro Women's Club. And she was a chair, and she moved us. We need to have scholarships, keep adding, and she never gave up. So when she retired, we decided she needed a legacy. Her legacy was going to start us the endowment. So we raised a lot of money. We had a event about a month ago, and in fact, Dr. Aguirre was there. We raised $30,000 in one afternoon because Senator Ducheney, Senator Ducheney opened her home, and she gave us the opportunity to have a very nice fundraiser. We still have $250,000 to go, so hopefully, our goal is in 2024 to have that 500,000. So I'm here to just tell you that we have a handout, and the handout is, if you open your handout, it's got an explanation of what is the San Diego Foundation. San Diego Foundation is a very well organized, acceptable organization that their only big fun projects is scholarships. I mean, not scholarships, but endowments. Okay, and also you have in the second sheet, it tells you a little bit about the endowments, and I'm giving you a copy of the actual contract. It's not the signed contract because we don't have the signed contract in our hands yet, but you will eventually get a signed contract because we do want you to put this in your minutes, and we do want you to have a copy of the signed contract because 20 years from now, 50 years from now, that contract will be valid. And if for any reason there's no more existence of the women's club dissolves and we have no more women's club, you still have the money for the purpose. The purpose is very clear. The only way it can be spent is through scholarships to the San Isidro Elementary and the high school. Cannot be spent in any other way. So they'll be recorded that in their minutes, and they'll be recorded in your minutes, so you'll always know that there's scholarships for the San Isidro High School. And then on the other side, I know we're running out of time. On the other side is a little explanation of the history of there's a trifold. This tell you all about our women's club. Tells you that we're nonprofit and we work hard, and our two major projects are scholarships and teddy bears. We've been giving teddy bears again. Grace Kojima brought that idea. And if you don't know who Grace Kojima is, she's a former superintendent of San Isidro Elementary. And she brought the teddy bears in, and the teddy bears, we've given over 17,000 teddy bears in the last 20 years, 23 years. Okay, then you have a history of our club, and then there's information of what happens at the elementary level. The students have to do an essay, they have to do an application, a teacher's recommendation, and then we select students, and normally we select about 30 students a year, give them $100 each. And then for the same thing happens to the high school. They have the sample of the application is there, an application flyer that's kind of publicizes the scholarship. The high school award letters in there, and also at the very back are some quotes from essays of the students, and they're very meaningful, and you should take a moment to read those. Are there any questions?
Superintendent?
Yeah, no question. I just want to say thank you to San Isidro Women's Club, Ms. Chavarin, Ms. De La Torre. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of the community, really, but in this case to support scholarships for our students who attend San Isidro High School, and we appreciate that partnership just like we appreciate partnerships we have at other schools, but want to express my gratitude.
Well, thank you very much. We're very pleased to come. And we'll send you I'll deliver a copy of the contract, signed contract, so you know it's for real. I didn't just invent this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now have a message from our superintendent, Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Segura. Well, good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our November 11th, 2023, November 13th, sorry, 2023 board meeting. Well, time continues to fly by, and this is our last meeting prior to our Thanksgiving break. As such, I would like to extend an invitation to everybody so that we can reflect on this year and find all those things that we are grateful for. This Thanksgiving season, I hope everybody can find something to be grateful for, since gratitude is the reason for the season. Now on to my report. It has been a busy time since our last board meeting. I've been focused on visiting schools and classrooms, and I can report visiting the following schools and or events. At Castle Park High School, held its College and Construction Trades Fair. Attended a Palomar High School visit. At Eastlake High School, there was a What I Wish My Parents Would Know informational evening, as well as the 13th annual First Lego League tournament, which is a robotics tournament. Visited National City Middle School, Granger Junior High School, Bonita Vista Middle High School, Bonita Vista High School, Chula Vista Middle School, Options Secondary School, Otay Ranch High School for a number of events. They had their 9th annual Feria Conference, the Macaisa Conference, and the Cabe Conference. So a lot of conferences, and thank you to Otay Ranch for being such a gracious host. Attended Rancho Del Rey Middle School, as well as Castle Park Middle School's Fall Festival. Had an opportunity to visit Mar Vista Academy, also Mar Vista High School. Montgomery Middle School for the Dia de los Muertos exhibit and celebration, which was an amazing celebration. As well as last week, an opportunity to visit with Hilltop High School in their Black Talk evening meeting with our African American students. In addition to these events, I would also like to add my congratulations to Chris Moya from Chula Vista High School on being named one of the county's 25 most remarkable teens for their work on LGBTQ+ issues. Congratulations to Chris. For those of you who may not be aware, after the most recent bargaining session with the Sweetwater Education Association, we completed reopener bargaining on areas of mutual benefit to support our students, including modifying the transfer and alternative education processes. The agreement also supports our special educators, our career technical education teachers, and provides a raise of 9% and an increase to health and welfare benefits for our employees. This 9% reflects one of the higher wage rates that we've had in our history. And we are grateful for the work that everybody did, understanding that it was not an easy process, but at the end of the day, I think it's a process that reflects who we are as a district. This would be the highest, I already mentioned that piece. It's my hope that this continues to demonstrate the collaborative work that has been happening through our Labor Management Institute. I also received word late this evening that the same holds true for CSEA and for NAGE, our classified and our supervisor units, so thank you to them as well. This evening, you will also know we have a district electrification resolution that would have us move closer to reducing our carbon footprint. This resolution is the work of our student advocacy and student voice, but I'll defer on making additional comment because I know students are going to be making a presentation shortly. Simply stated, well done, students. The fall season of sport is also now complete, and with it, I want to congratulate all of our scholar athletes. Great job on a great season. In particular, I wanted to point out some of the following. Sweetwater High School will be playing a CIF championship game this Friday. Go Red Devils. Jalen Williams won CIF Division I cross-country championship race and qualified for the state meet. Congratulations to Jalen. Bonita Vista Barons earned the #1 seed in the inaugural season of flag football. Congratulations to Bonita Vista. And they play in the semifinals tomorrow. Go Lady Barons. There's been also some controversy recently regarding an editorial cartoon by students at the student newspaper at Bonita Vista High School. This is a complicated matter due to the fact that it involves many issues such as First Amendment, free speech protections, as well as other considerations of global scale. As a school and as a district, it is important that we focus on this as a teachable moment where a respectful and serious dialogue can occur to explore the issues involved, which are many and are very complicated. At the heart of the educational process is really to develop the ability of our students to be able to deal with complicated matters that can be vexing at times. It is my hope that the work that we will work on can occur in a way that can support our students in developing their ability to be civil and respectful while talking about controversial matters. And with that, again, I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving next week, and my hope that everybody can find something to be grateful for. Gracias por la oportunidad de servir y a comenzar esta junta. Gracias.
Thank you, Superintendent. We'll now have a report from our Sweetwater Board, our Student Board Representative, Mr. Isaiah Ringfield. Sir.
Good evening, all. Late last week, I convened a meeting with our ASV presidents, middle and high school, and I wanted to share the key takeaways from the meeting with you all and the board. To start, the recent homecoming festivities were a success, serving as a positive platform to integrate freshmen into the school culture. This has been instrumental in promoting a sense of community within our campuses. The presidents throughout the meeting also expressed a concern regarding cleanliness on campus post-lunch, especially with an influx of candy wrappers post-Halloween week. ASVs, along with our amazing custodians, are actively working to address the issue, deploying efforts to clean and maintain a more hygienic and aesthetically pleasing environment. Even so, the presidents felt that it is necessary for the district to get involved in preventing these massive amounts of trash post-eating breaks. As this is our first meeting incorporating our middle school ASB presidents, a concerning trend has emerged with incidents of fighting at middle schools occurring at times multiple times a day. This necessitates a focused and collective effort to address the root causes and ensure a safe learning environment. In district-wide efforts to promote inclusivity and diversity, ASBs are advocating for more multicultural assemblies, recognizing the positive impact on students from diverse backgrounds. The goal is to foster a welcoming atmosphere, celebrating the rich diversity of our student population. Our ASB presidents have all committed to many multicultural events throughout the year, and several of them have already held their different heritage events. Another amazing point our ASB presidents made was that the introduction of flag football as an inclusive activity is contributing positively to school culture and also promoting inclusivity among students. Also, the absence of a principal at an East Chula Vista site, at an East Chula Vista high school, has left students feeling disgruntled and confused in advancing certain projects and ideas that the ASB presidents might have had, that they feel, they kind of don't know where they stand without their principal. And then finally, in recent discussions around new football fields and sports facilities, ASB presidents expressed excitement about the prospect of new fields, highlighting the positive experience of hosting the last homecoming or their last senior night at their fields that will soon be revitalized. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Very well done. We'll now provide an opportunity for any of the labors.
No,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry.
We're going to do item Q1.
Q1, it says right here in red, Q1. So let's move to Q1. There's never red on here.
So I have 12 speakers for this item, but I'm not sure who's doing the presentation that they brought, so I'm not sure how to proceed or I don't know if anybody's aware of which student is presenting.
We can ask the students that worked on the resolution if they could come forward and be here on the dais or at the speaker.
Yay.
Hello, board members. My name is Abby Costello, and I'm a junior at Hilltop. I'm also the Chula Vista intern for San Diego 350 and the president of the Eco Club at Hilltop. And I'm basically going to be talking on, why we should adopt the electrification resolution for Sweetwater. So to start off, we had a petition that we gave to both students and community members that as of about 1 p.m. today, this is all of our signatures, and we were at 194, but now we're at over 200, and I'd like to give them to you guys because they've also had comments that community members and students have left.
To Deanne, the clerk.
Okay, thank you. So first off, the electrification benefits the health of our community. Thank you. Okay, so here, these maps from Cal EnviroScreen show the correlation between diesel particulate matter, asthma, and cardiovascular disease in our community. So you can see that a lot of spaces on these maps, correlate pretty well, and the darker areas show where whatever particular issue is more prevalent, and the lighter areas show where it's less prevalent. And so, for example, in this very census tract, that of the Sweetwater board offices, asthma rates are higher than 73% of census tracts in California, and cardiovascular disease rates are higher than 50.02% of census tracts in California. So yeah. Okay. So the health impacts of using fossil fuels. Students spend 30% of waking hours and 1,000 hours per year in school. Exposure to pollution inside and outside the classroom can lead to lifelong health issues like respiratory illnesses, asthma, and impaired brain development. Studies have shown that students and staff in poorly ventilated spaces have 50 to 70% more respiratory illnesses. And this means that pollution exposure exacerbates already costly health expenses for a largely low-income and BIPOC community. So academic impacts. Studies have shown that when students are exposed to pollution inside the classroom, it affects everything: concentration, test scores, memory, and your health. Asthma is a leading cause of absenteeism, resulting in some 13.8 million missed school days annually. A study of public school students in Utah, for example, found that chronic absenteeism for 1 year from 8th to 12th grade means a 7-fold increase in the likelihood of dropping out. Number 2, electrification benefits the education of our community. Electrified schools are safe and resilient. Research suggests that increasing classroom ventilation rates above state standards would substantially decrease illness absence. A Harvard study showed that occupants in ventilated spaces with low carbon dioxide and VOCs had improved scores on crisis response, information use, and strategy ranging from 100 to 300%. And when schools save money on energy bills, that money can be spent on educating students. Furthermore, extreme heat in schools is responsible for an estimated 5% of the racial achievement gap in education. And schools are community centers that everybody benefits from. So, in conclusion, we all feel that the board has a responsibility to ensure that its students have access to a healthy learning environment. Thank you for listening to all of our concerns that we've shared with you so far, and please pass this resolution to protect the health and well-being of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to call the speakers now?
Yeah, we'll invoke the 20-minute
Okay.
rule, so we'll have 20 minutes on this item.
Rita Montano?
Hello, my name is Rita, and I am a senior at Palomar High. I am a club leader at our Eco Club, Club Thrive. I'm also an intern with San Diego 350, and I think it's important that we implement more knowledge on climate action within our communities to better support and enhance a healthier environment. I support the green curriculum because as a student, I think it's crucial that students learn about and prepare for future career pathways in the growing green economy to help protect my future and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lexi Roof? And then Christina Marquez will be after her.
Hi. I'm a little bit tall. Okay. Hi, my name is Lexi Roof, and I'm a coordinator with San Diego 350, and I particularly do work with their Youth for Climate program. I've been with them for the last 3 years, and I just want to say that the passion and the power that I have seen these youth have has been so amazing. And we know that youth are inheriting the worst impacts of climate change. And this is something that is happening now, not years from now. So I do urge the board to vote in support of this electrification resolution that the students have brought forward. It's crucial action that we need to protect the students and the community, like they were saying, now and for generations to come. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Marquez and then Brendan Toledo.
Thank you. Christina Marquez, IBEW Local 569. I'm the environmental organizer. We represent 3,600 members, electricians and power professionals in San Diego and Imperial counties. We've worked a lot with the students, and I just want to give kudos to all of you. Really good job, students. And I'd like to thank the staff and the board for working with Climate Action Campaign SD 350, IBEW Local 569, and the students especially. We want them to breathe cleaner air. And one way is by electrifying, reducing greenhouse gas emissions so that they can have a healthier lifestyle. We've been training on this type of stuff for years. Microgrids, battery energy storage systems, EV charging stations, including for buses, and the solar systems. And we're ready for this resolution. And as electrical workers, we're proud to say that we're fighting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we're on the front lines. So we're proud of you for working to put this forward, knowing that this needs to happen. And I urge you to vote yes, as it is on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brendan Toledo and then V. Wynn.
Good evening, board. My name is Brendan Toledo. I'm a junior at Otay Ranch High School, and I've recently done research with the American Academy of Pediatrics at UCSD's Heat and Human Health Summit event, and particularly my research focused on extreme heat on student athletes and their well-being, and basically found that extreme heat can promote muscle cramps, dehydration, heat stroke, and other such things, not just in outdoor sports like football, but indoor sports as well, because of how it affects thermoregulation in our bodies. And electrifying the Sweetwater Union High School District would basically lower our carbon emission and help our carbon footprint in how we're affecting global temperatures. And this would really help our student athletes, such as myself, and how we are affected, and as well as protect our community from this ongoing issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is V. Nguyen. I graduated from Bonita Vista in 1995. Yay! Okay. After training at Harvard and coming back, I'm so grateful to be a pediatrician here, and I've been a pediatrician in the South Bay for 15 years. I've seen a lot of my patients here. I'm also the chair of the American Academy of Pediatrics California Committee for Climate Change and Environmental Health for the state, and also chair of the Public Health Advisory Council for Climate Actions Campaign. So I just want to say thank you to the students. They've been leaders, the pediatricians here to support. Everything they've said is supported by the American Medical Association, the American Public Health Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. We need to address climate change. There'll be immediate health benefits if we electrify for asthma. And also, we just finished a huge summit at UCSD, led first in the state, so about heat and human health, where all the healthcare groups came together to kind of share workflows. And I have to tell you, I nationally work on this issue. All the eyes are on us now, because San Diego Unified was the first, and we'll be the second. And so where California goes, the rest of the country goes. And so I am very anxious that in my home area that we get this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rita Clement. And then Danny Fincher.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Rita Clement, and I live in Chula Vista. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. When my daughter was teaching at Crawford High School, the temperature in her classroom was over 100 degrees on many days. This was a computer lab. I am here tonight to ask the school board to commit to a fossil-free Sweetwater school district and electrify everything in our school district. 100% clean renewable electricity, on-site solar, electric buses and vehicles, and electric buildings no later than 2030. There is a great need to have a plan in place to electrify all school district vehicles. Electric school buses cost less to maintain and do not add to air pollution already present in communities of concern. We all need to breathe clean air, so we need to design a plan that meets that goal immediately. Let's encourage our students by including a jobs pathway to a green jobs future. We need to provide this plan immediately because the solutions are here and require implementation. Schools should prepare students for the future, not endanger their future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Fincher, and then Daniel Hernandez.
Hi, thank you for having us for today. My name is Danny Fincher, and as a Bonita Vista High School student, I recognize the job of the board to take care of its students. It's also the responsibility of students to take care of our future, and that includes our planet. Passing a resolution is a step at upholding both the responsibilities. It can produce cleaner air and help to fight climate change. It will also add to the local economy by increasing the availability of jobs in the green jobs curriculum. It will be cheaper to maintain in the long run. Remember, it's going to be an overtime process of replacing these technologies. It's going to be more efficient in the long run. Consider these benefits and how it will not only help students such as me, but also people such as you. Keep in mind that with the fossil fuel system, running our school is costly. And by electrifying our district, each school will save $110,000 a year.
as well as current systems, do not help our students with the heat strokes and wildfire smoke and increased rates of asthma. With electrifying our district, we will to inspire others to follow this path and to electrify California, fighting climate change the best. Making genuine steps in helping our planet instead of words is these steps into the right direction, and making actions and not just promises, and for allowing a place to live for future generations. Not just what's most convenient, but what we should do, as will inspire my fellow peers to learn to live the green life before it's too late. If you care about the people you've sworn to protect, please pass this resolution and vote yes. It's time to uphold these words with actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Hernandez, and then Abby Costello.
Hello, I'm Daniel Hernandez, a junior at Bonita Vista High School, and I asked the board, how can me and my peers be expected to look towards a greener future when we are taught in schools that rely on fossil fuels? What good is teaching me and my fellow students of greener alternatives if the schools that teach us don't even implement them? In my environmental science and sports medicine class, we are taught that burning fossil fuels in our schools exposes us to debilitating air quality and associated health risks like asthma and decreased cognitive function. This is not the environment that fosters our education, but rather risks our health. Electrifying schools saves our communities from the dangers of fossil fuels and builds a healthier environment for students, all the while aiding the fight against climate change and even saving money for the district over time. I stand here to advocate for the change that will inspire optimism for the future among my peers. Cease our over-reliance, switch to electrification, and send us the right message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Costello? Oh, she was the first speaker? Okay, thank you. Serena Pelka?
Hi, good evening. My name is Serena Pelka. I'm a policy advocate at Climate Action Campaign, where our mission is to create a zero-carbon future through effective and equitable policy action. And when we envision this collective future that improves quality of life, we see students and schools at the center. As community hubs, schools should be healthy spaces with clean air, access to renewable energy, and be free of fossil fuels. And the path to get there is through electrification. Modern electric appliances are incredibly efficient, reducing energy use, and as we've heard from the students, can save the district money over time. They can also improve access to air conditioning at schools that go without, and serve as cooling centers for those communities experiencing the burden of extreme heat. With historic levels of funding available from the state and federal government through things like the Inflation Reduction Act, we must take advantage of this once-in-a-generation funding opportunity to get this work done. The time to electrify is now, and adopting this resolution will make the district more competitive when applying for these funding opportunities. Students are the future, as I think we've all seen tonight and continue to see on a regular basis, and we owe it to them to create not only cleaner, healthier schools, but communities that are resilient and sustainable. This resolution is a very meaningful commitment that will hold the district accountable, and it includes some major wins that include new construction to be all electric and to electrify the district's bus fleets. These are just a few of many important goals that are included. These are some big steps in the right direction. I want to say thank you to each of you, particularly Board President Segura and Board Member Emerald, for your leadership on this and for showing other school districts, jurisdictions, and really the whole region what it means to lead on climate. And lastly, I'm so appreciative to the students for being the real leaders on climate tonight and bringing this forward.
Tanisha Jean Martin?
Hello, and thank you just for giving us the space to speak, and especially a little earlier. My name is Tanisha Jean Martin. I am the Climate Community Director at San Diego Urban Sustainability Coalition. And before going forward, I just want to say I appreciate those that came out while we had our moment outside. It means a lot to us to know that we're actually already being supported and feeling very confident that this is going to be passed. I had the privilege of making sure that we put in the curriculum for the Green Pathway program. So while we're talking about the buses and the building itself, I said, let's not forget that within the building is while we're doing this. And so our students are really important. And I know that in the resolution, we have that in January 2024, moving forward with electric vehicle stations, as well as moving infrastructure onto the building itself. However, it's saying that in July 2025, we'll be putting out the green curriculum. I think that's too far. That's too far out. I do climate ambassador programs with our community, so I'm literally within there. I'm born and raised in Southeast San Diego, so I am very comfortable talking to our community and knowing that a lot of them are not aware of what's going forward. And so when the parents don't know, how would we expect our children to know? And so if we wait all the way to then, I think it's a little bit too far out. We have so many different professions in our community. In particular, we can talk about even mechanics. There's a legacy that's there. Many of them from fathers, uncles, brothers, they all want to be a mechanic when they graduate high school right now. But we don't have any electric vehicles in the mechanic shops. So how would they know that they should probably look towards those type of vehicles, knowing that by 2035, that's what's on the road, right? So if we wait too long out, we're already missing students that are going to graduate now. So I know we probably can't get it done by this school year, but if we can really focus and get it going before the start of next school year, it would be really great, I think, for our community. I will leave my card. I create curriculum, and I would love to be able to help to get that going now instead of waiting until July 2025 to get that going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marwin Canton.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marvin Canton. I'm a senior at Bonita Vista High School. I'm also my school's vice president of our Eco Club Green Team. I'm also staff at South Bay Sustainable Communities. I've seen the effects of climate change happen right before my eyes, as well through my studies inside and outside the school. So I think it's important that we take action no matter in what way we can do it. And by adopting this resolution and making Sweetwater Union High School District fossil fuel free and beginning to electrify everything is a way that we can combat this. And Sweetwater Union is the second largest district in our region, so we can be pioneers and show what other districts can do and help set that example. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. So no further speakers. Any board members want to speak on this, or I could go ahead? I'll go ahead. I'm just super, like everybody had said, it's really refreshing, and it's awesome to have this student-led. Anything student-led, I'm pretty much a fan of generally, and this is definitely one of those instances. And I think they're on the right path, and it makes me feel real good inside that that these students care about the environment in the future, and because they're going to be living in it long after I'm gone, and I think it's very important that they realize that. And there was a number of things mentioned, and I believe we do have. I know in the recent past, Superintendent, you could correct me. We purchased some electrical vehicle training equipment, and I think some vehicles of some sort that our students are going to work on. So I think we're good there, but always willing to improve, and I'm very happy with that. And I know I'm super glad that SD 350, IBW 569, and the Climate Action Campaign, who I have a history with a number of them when I was at IBW 569 leadership there for a number of years, and they continue to do solid work. And I think this is the right direction for our district, and it's needed and it makes sense. Trustee Emerald?
Thank you very much. This has been a moving experience, meeting with all the young people and hearing their reasoning and recognizing your knowledge about what's happening with the environment, but mainly watching your passion, being part of this process. What you're saying is absolutely right on, and I don't think there's anybody in this room who will disagree with this. In fact, we all need to be saying, bring it on. We all have a stake in the outcome of this and other efforts to clean up our environment, to attack global warming in any way we can. And you folks are on the front line. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the inspiration and all the hard work I know all of you are going to put into making these reforms successful. With that, I'm happy to move this item, or I'll second your your motion?
You move it, let me just mention real fast, I just wanted to thank the superintendent and staff for working with us and the students on this resolution as it was transforming, and I truly appreciate that collaboration. But with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
And I'll second it.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
So if you would like to stay for the whole meeting, you can, but this would be a good time. This would be a good time to, we'll take a 3-minute break, pause.
Nice to meet you.
Report to the board. First, we'll have a report from SCGA President Michelle Beal.
little shorter than that. Good evening. I noticed that there wasn't a resolution last month or this month on National School Psychologist Week. I'm not sure if that was an oversight, but on behalf of SCGA, I would like to take this opportunity, or we would like to take this opportunity to recognize our hardworking psychologists and say thank you for all that they do for our students. Since assuming the role of SCGA president, I have attended board meetings each month and have highlighted struggles that counselors face on a daily basis that prevent us from providing the direct services that our students deserve. As counselors, when bringing forth concerns to the district staff, we also bring solutions because that's what we believe that collaboration means. Along with highlighting counselor struggles, I make it a point to highlight the work that counselors do throughout the district and what a large contribution that we make to student success. Yet it saddens me to hear that there are still individuals who continue to question what we do and question whether or not we're providing services to all of our students. Thankfully, not everyone questions our work. In fact, on September 11th, Ms. Lopez-Cepeda, in your communication, you acknowledged the work done by counselors in the district. You shared your experiences at district events and commented how counselors were always present. You also asked Dr. Aguirre to share information with high school principals regarding the 2023-2024 Arthur S. Marmaduke Counselor Award, and your reason for this was, I quote, "It's obvious Sweetwater has outstanding counselors. Phenomenal work, and I think it's important that they are recognized not just locally, but nationally or statewide." Ms. Lopez-Cepeda, I thank you for recognizing the work that counselors do. I'd be curious to see if there were any principals who actually nominated counselors. This leaves me with the question, how can someone who's been on the board less than a year acknowledge all the work we do, yet district staff who've been here 4 years still question our contributions? As counselors, we have grown accustomed to having to constantly justify our existence to the district. Regardless of the number of students we promote, the number of students we graduate, the number we assist in getting into colleges and universities, the number we assist with financial aid, and most importantly, the number of students that we help provide social emotional service to, the district constantly questions, what do you do? Thankfully for counselors, the appreciation for our work comes not from the district, but instead from the students, the families, and the communities that we serve. While counselors may have a 360-to-1 caseload, the reality of it is that many of our students always come back to us years later for guidance and assistance because they trust us and they value us. The work we do as counselors is physically and emotionally draining, yet every day we show up and make sure that our students have the support they need to be successful. We show up to make sure our families know that their students have a support system away from home and that their students are receiving academic guidance and support. While each of you may tire of hearing me highlight counselors' work, please know that as SCGA president, as SCGA representative, as an SCGA member, I will always advocate for SCGA members and for the students that we serve. Unfortunately, it's who I am and it's who I'll always be.
Thank you.
Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Segura, Dr. Aguirre, and trustees, Mr. Brinkfield. A lot has happened since my last report to you. SEA leadership coordinated a meeting with some of our feeder district association leaders and district admin to work on school year calendars for the next 3 years. These student calendars are on tonight's consent agenda. With some minor tweaks for South Bay and Chula Vista, our students and families will have the same days on and off for the next 3 years. SEA also worked with HR, Labor Relations, and Legal to ensure that our teachers who were Probe 2 at the time of their RIFs are given permanent status versus returning to Probe 2. These changes are also reflected in tonight's L1 change of status. Thank you. SEA bargained a tentative agreement that involved over 13 passes for wages alone, 10 passes in one night. Bargaining is rough, it gets ugly, and it's a process that not everyone understands. Some people think that just because we want something or ask for it, we get it. It's give and take, and in getting some things, we give up other things. That's why it's called negotiations. I'm pretty sure most of you up there at some point have been involved in a negotiations process, so you get it. Therefore, I want to thank you for understanding the significance of finally having our CTE teachers placed on a salary schedule and for being valued for the teaching that they do. Thank you for valuing our education specialists enough to approve stipends of $4,000 per year where they had nothing before and are now the beneficiaries of one of the highest SPED stipends in the county. Thank you for our families for increasing our health cap $2,000 a year. It will help our families significantly, and after this increase, they will actually feel like that 9% is a raise. Our total agreement is valued at over 10.7%. And I want to thank you for holding a special meeting when things were getting close and tense last week. You all met to approve and ensure that the employees, and I'm not saying teachers, I'm saying employees, CSEA, and hopefully our counselors are taken care of, because I know that's what you will do. It's what's right, and extend the 9% wage increase to all of our associations. It's what you've always done, and I know that you will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Mamaril.
Thank you, everybody. Hi, my name is Sarah Mamaril, and I'm one of the 7 counselors from Olympian High School. And I'm adding on to what my SCGA president said regarding school counselors. Absenteeism, school violence, disengagement, increased mental health concerns, especially after the COVID quarantine, have been at a steady increase. Given the social climate now more than ever, the work of the school counselor is vital. I love my career as a school counselor, and I'm going to be honest in saying that it's been recently challenging to say that I love my district too. I know I used to. I love it a lot. I mentioned my name is Sarah Mamaril, but most of my students call me Mama Real, because I keep it honest and real. And when you support counselors, you're investing in lifelong connections. You're investing in alumni like myself that want to come back to give back. Give back to the community they grew up in. Our community needs good people with good hearts that keep things real. I went to Mar Vista Middle, graduated Southwest High School, class of 2001, went to UCLA, double majored in sociology and Asian American studies, and then to San Diego State for my MS in counseling with an emphasis in school counseling, where I worked as a graduate assistant for Dr. Trish Hatch. As a professional school counselor, I worked throughout different schools in the district. And going into my 17th year, I know, I look pretty good, I know. I feel that I've given a lot to my community, especially to this district. So when you think about counselors, I want you to think of me. Why should you care about counselors? Because we make lasting connections with students and families and colleagues. We make connections by presenting at conferences like the recent Magkaisa conference. You have counselors like myself who have been advisors for clubs and organizations for over 10 years, like the OHS Polynesian Dance Company. I could do hula and Tahitian right now. And our peer mediation programs, peer counselors whom the board has recognized along with Dr. Margaret Cedor. Counselors' involvement keeps students learning and give them a sense of belonging. Man, I hate talking about money, but here we go. I'm gonna be real. You've got counselors like me that take care of their parents. I take care of my mom, and it's just me and her. She's been a single mom since I was 5, and now I'm taking care of her. We've never lived in a house, but I want to be able to do that soon. How can I do that? How can I give her that when I'm in the #1 city with the highest cost of living in the USA? Anyway, I hope you keep it real, because when families have tough conversations like about money, in this case, fair wages, it can make the relationship stronger and possibly closer. I want to still keep being proud of being in the Sweetwater family and say that my district takes care of me. I want to say my district takes care of their counselors. I want to tell my mom that our district continues to take care of us. That is something I would be grateful for, especially for this Thanksgiving. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Dina Donato Palmore.
I'm also speaking to support my SCGA president. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Ringfield, Dr. Aguirre, and community members. It has come to my attention that there are those who are in decision-making positions who do not know what counselors do to support students, especially regarding the college financial aid process and financial aid applications called FAFSA and CATA. FAFSA is the acronym for Free Application for Student Aid, and CATA stands for California Dream Act application, which supports students who have immigration status concerns here in the United States. In my 31 years of school counseling, all the sites I worked with, whether as a member of the site counseling program or as the past counselor on special assignment for youth in transition, we reach out to every senior and provide information about the financial aid process and the applications, as well as college information and college applications. This is done through individual meetings and or classroom lessons. We also provide parent workshops on college applications and the financial aid process and applications. It is disheartening to hear that those of you who have not visited the school sites and spoken to the counselors would question our commitment to each and all students. Rather than questioning our intentions, why not ask what barriers exist to support the students, especially those who qualify for CATA? Have you considered that it is against the law to ask for their immigration status? Even when all that is done to provide information and create trusted and caring relationships, many students and families are still fearful of disclosing their information. In light of the current social and political climate, they are even more fearful. Do you have a solution for this? We have been criticized and questioned by General Counsel about our roles and responsibilities regarding supporting students' mental health. We were informed that counselors needed to focus more on SEL and less on A through G. How would General Counsel or any of those who have not been in the school sites and or who have not spoken to counselors know what we do? Are these opinions based on a few disgruntled complaints that is generalized to all counselors? Michelle Beal, our president, has invited you on many occasions to visit the sites, speak with us, get to know us. I'm inviting you to get to know us. I may come up here looking like an ugly person, but really I'm a nice person. And there are people who can tell you that. I guarantee you that you will find that we wear many hats and wear them well. And most important, we are committed to our students' well-being and are looking out for their future. You will find that we are entitled to respect and worth the fair wages and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gretel Rodriguez.
Okay. Good evening, I'm Gretel Rodriguez, a teacher in the district. I'm here to support both my union and counselors and classified. I believe in unity. So one of the things I want to address, and kindly, I mentioned this to you, Aguirre, before. Please keep in mind when you say Thanksgiving break, that is not respectful to our indigenous Native American population. That is a celebration of genocide, and not everyone celebrates that, so keep that in mind. I want to keep in mind, there's a history when it comes to our unions and our districts. When Martin Luther King learned to organize with his parents in the living room of his home, when I took a tour, they were fighting for black teachers that weren't getting paid as white teachers. So there was issues of districts pitting teachers against each other and unions not supporting it. When it came to NEA and TA, American Teacher Association, NEA was going bankrupt, but it took a black national teachers union that took them out of bankruptcy, and now they're the top national union of our district, and it was off the backs of teachers, black teachers, that saved them. And that effect during the civil rights movement, when we desegregated schools, 3,500 black teachers lost their jobs in order to keep the students and solidify the classes and put them all together. Unions and districts did nothing about that. So when we talk about accountability, I'm up here about accountability both on the district side that pits things against each other and also our union. Our union has learned to fight and do social justice causes. When it comes to climate change, we have teachers fighting at the national level to divest from our retirement so that our students have a future when it comes to social justice climate. So keep that in mind. The reason I bring this up is because when we do bargaining and we leave our counselors behind and we don't bargain as a unified, we allow the district to pit us against each other. I don't want them to get 9%. I want them to do better. They don't have to settle for what I've settled. And when we ratify and when we negotiate, our members still have a right to question. And our members are smart. They know bargaining. They know how to look at a contract, whether it's good or bad. So I'm going to give them credit. This is not an idea that I don't know how to bargain. I've been to bargaining training. I bargained myself. And I know the difference between a good deal and one that needs to be questioned. We have a situation where SPED teachers are not being protected, and they protect our BIPOC exceptional needs students. They're the ones that I see on the chart every year when they're talking about who we have to service and take care of. So I'm also up here as a SPED, a mother of an autistic child, and we need to do better. This district, either you're gonna stand on the right side of history when it comes to our BIPOC students, or you're gonna stand on the one where I'm gonna talk about you as the mistake that happened. Thank you.
Rowena Balse? Rowena Balse?
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you, Mr. Ringfield, representing the west side. I'm representing 104 counselors in our district. We are the counseling and guidance experts at your schools. Among other duties as assigned, and my colleagues have talked about more, we're the people on the other end of the line with CPS, the police, administrators. We train some of your administrators. We're the ones who show up when every adult in our students' lives have failed. We each support 360 students, and we've got 184 school days to do it. Now every counselor here knows we could solve every immediate problem in our schools with money, but we don't. And I will say that again. We could solve every immediate problem at all of our schools with money, and we don't. It's not our obligation to figure out where the money comes from. We're not accountants or CFOs. If our students' mental health is not our number one priority in 2023, what is? Mental health. Does anything matter when we don't have mental health? And do we really, really want to be the district who put the salary cap on mental health in 2023? Thank you for your time.
No further speakers.
Thank you. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so pursuant to board bylaw. The board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The board of trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Thank you. And so we have quite a few speakers, so we're going to start off and do 20 minutes with Bonita Vista High speakers.
Martha Arvizo? Or Parnia V? They're coming? Okay.
Do I have to push anything, or I've never done anything like this before?
No.
Okay. Well, my name is Parnia. I grew up in North County. I grew up in a very Zionist community. I grew up in Carmel Valley. We were all indoctrinated. I never learned about Palestine, learned about Israel, even though Israel has occupied Palestine. Within the last few years, I've seen a lot of sentiments regarding anti-Semitism, but there's a lot of ignorance regarding that term. Semites are people that speak Semitic languages, and Palestinians and Arabs are Semites. Therefore, Zionism is anti-Semitism. That is language that is being manipulated, and it is causing people to lose their jobs. It's causing people to lose their housing. It's causing people to be stabbed. A 6-year-old was stabbed in Chicago 26 times. Could you imagine being 6 years old and going to a hospital for being stabbed? I'm Iranian, and I grew up in North County. I was called a terrorist from the time I was 5. When I had an Iranian passport, I would always be stopped at checkpoints. I would be taken into a side room. I'd be asked questions. They really thought me as a 6-year-old I had a bomb in my shoe because of the rhetoric that white supremacists have created within this country. Ever since 9/11 happened, Islamophobia has been through the roof. And I'm not even Muslim. I am a Southwest Asian atheist. And I have been treated as if I am a terrorist solely because of the nation that I was born in. Now, the fact that, I'm sorry, when I came up here, or when I even showed up here, I really thought this was kind of a waste of everyone's time because somebody creating a cartoon in a newspaper is their First Amendment right. They have the right to do so. High school journalism is not, it doesn't have to be checked by anybody. I always wrote about being Iranian. Nothing was ever brought up. There were never any issues. I could always condemn my government for the atrocities that they did without anybody silencing me. Israel needs to be condemned. If you guys want to know the facts, Israel, IDF, also known as IOF, is the organization that performed the attacks on October 7th. They have admitted to it. So if you guys ask anybody about Hamas, I swear to God, Hamas didn't do anything. Hamas didn't do anything. So you guys need to be very careful because this is going to set a precedent. And no other district within San Diego is doing anything like this. I really don't know why you guys are. I know San Diego Unified is doing some other racist stuff as well, where they took down somebody from being a chair. But this just sets a very dangerous precedent. And you guys need to actually condemn violence. And condemning violence would be condemning the settler colony that has occupied Palestinians and murdered hundreds and thousands of them and displaced hundreds of thousands of them. And if you also want to know something, because somebody made a comment about anti-Semitism, which I already denounced, Islamophobia has gone up 182% in this nation in the last month. Those of us that are from the region are genuinely scared for our lives, and that is not something that other people can relate to.
Thank you.
Martha Arvizo? Lexi Solomon?
Sorry. Oh.
Hi, my name is Lexi Solomon. I am a Bonita Vista alumni and a former member of the Crusader newspaper. I am also here in support of these student journalists that some in our community are attempting to censor and, quite frankly, defame. As a former newspaper student, I remember the treatment that we received from administration and the lack of support that was given to us. I had several trips to the principal's office over articles I had written. But I believe that student journalism gives a voice to teenagers that are often dismissed by the adults around them, and that's exactly the treatment we were given by the adults that were supposed to support us, and I hope that that's not the treatment that is going to be given to these students today. To see these students harassed by members of the community simply because they condemned a genocide, which is what UN experts have officially called this. They have named what is happening in Palestine an ethnic cleansing. It's another level than anything I ever experienced in high school as a student journalist. We know that 11,000 Palestinian citizens in Gaza have been killed by the Israeli government. And when I wrote this just days ago, that number was 10,000. It has now grown in just the 1 or 2 days I have written this. Over 25,000 more have been injured and will most likely succumb to their injuries because hospitals are being bombed and running out of supplies. And we also have people that are now dying from starvation and dehydration. Experts consider this to be the most sustained and intense bombing campaign of a populated area in history. It is ridiculous that these students are under fire for condemning this while there are people that are literally under fire right now. These student journalists are exercising their free and protected speech to do what so many adults have been afraid to. These students did not target Israeli citizens. They did not target anyone in the Jewish community, many of which condemn the genocide that is being perpetrated by the Israeli government as well. They targeted the governments that continue to enable this horrific violence and the American voters that choose to remain silent. I urge you to consider how framing Jewish or Israeli citizen safety and Muslim or Palestinian safety as an opposition to each other actually endangers both communities and continues to fuel the rising anti-Semitic and xenophobic statements. There is no middle ground when it comes to genocide. There is opposing it or condoning it, and silence serves the latter. We often look back at our history books and wonder how so many atrocities could have happened. We are now witnessing how in real time. My heart is moved by these students that have found the courage to take a stand for the Palestinian people. Years from now, they will remember what they did, and they will remember how they were treated for it. As a former member of the Crusader, I know that school newspapers are legally protected from censorship. I urge and hope that the administration and this board will stand by their students and on the right side of history.
Thank you.
Tommy Brody.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my son Ari to come up. He's a junior at Bonita Vista High School as well to join me. Thank you all, Mr. Superintendent, Board of Directors. Let me introduce myself, Tommy Browdy. I'm a longtime son of the Sweetwater District. I have 3 children. 2 have graduated from Bonita. One's currently a junior at Bonita. Come from a big family of, Hilltop and Bonita and Sweetwater District. And so seeing what's happened with this cartoon, presenting clearly historically based anti-Semitic tropes, is shocking that it's come to our shores, right? We grew up in the shadows of the mountain, and in the shadow of this mountain now lies something else, something very terrible. I think it's important that we understand what's in this cartoon, right? I hope all have seen it, but it's a flag of Israel put on an elephant, which has a Jewish star on it, behind Uncle Sam. That is an anti-Semitic trope we've seen in 1940 Germany around the influence of the Jews on, in fact, the U.S. government, on the Allies government. Controlling the world is a message that we see in this cartoon. It really reeks of propaganda that was used in Nazi Germany that led to not just harassment and isolationism, but extermination. And that's something that we cannot stand for. We know that anti-Israel rhetoric, of course anti-Semitic rhetoric, it leads to bad things for Jewish students, for Jewish people. You need to look no further than what's happening on college campuses and now indeed coming to, hopefully not, but we're seeing something begin to start on our campus. That needs to end. We need to nip it in the bud. I know I have 53 seconds left here. Not a lot of time to say anything here other than it's imperative that our faculty advisors help these students to understand and to understand the consequences of their actions, the consequences of free speech. Yes, it is free speech. Free speech does not guarantee all speech, and it must be informed, right? It does not must be informed, but it should be informed. And if it's not informed, there's consequences that come. All right, I'd like you to speak here. You have 20 seconds.
I would like to combat the idea that Hamas has done nothing. Who exactly were the ones filming on their GoPros their horrific acts? Let me read to you a quote from the Hamas Charter directly. The day of judgment will come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "O Muslims, there is a Jew hiding behind me, and come and kill him." How can you possibly support this? How can you possibly support this?
If you're going to shout out like that, I'll have to clear the room or we'll have to take a break.
Thank you.
That's the first.
Thank you all.
That's the first warning. Thank you.
Why don't you guys actually keep it on track?
Second warning. We're taking a break. Clear the room, please. And then if I miss anything in my comments, the superintendent will chime in. So this is a public forum, obviously, but we need to be respectful of when people are talking and not chime in. That's not how it works around here. But you can speak and you can come to the microphone and say your piece. And we have 11 more minutes on this topic, so we'll let people come up still as Deanne reads them. And if you want to add anything, go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. I feel like we've experienced a lesson in democracy. It's really important to understand that we all have a different perspective, and it's really important that we conduct ourselves with a decorum that we would like to see in our community. Regardless of your perspective, this is the space where you can share your perspective. I believe this is a fundamental thing that makes us who we are. So I just wanted to remind everybody, conduct yourself with decorum, say what you want to say, what you would like to say it respectfully, but this is that space, and there's an expectation of how this meeting will be conducted. Thank you.
Okay, Deanne.
The next speaker is Sandra Scheller.
Hello, I'm Sandy Scheller. I have a Holocaust exhibit in Rancho, San Diego, in the second largest Muslim Arabic community in San Diego, in the United States. First one is in Michigan. And I've been trying to promote peace forever and a day. My mother was a Holocaust survivor. My father was thrown out of Austria by the Nazis. And just so you know, my dentist is Palestinian. My heart doctor is from Iran. And I want to be able to continue teaching, volunteering teaching in the community about the atrocities of the Holocaust and what is going on in front of my eyes. Remember, I'm teaching things that happened 70, 80 years ago, 80 years ago. And I want to know what our students are going to be learning and teaching 70 years from now. Are we going to be having exhibits of some sort where this comes out? And it's just, it's terrible. And I think that the most important thing is to understand the difference between a fact and an opinion. And what I saw in the Bonita paper was an opinion. It's somebody's opinion. And Mr. Aguirre, thank you so much for writing me and letting me know that there is something called a teaching platform, and we can learn from this. And a very dear friend of mine told me that it's the mistakes that got us here. It's the mistakes that got us here. And we have to figure out how to pick up these pieces from the mistakes. Am I going to not go to my favorite doctor or favorite dentist because of who they are? No, I'm not going to do that because I accept people for who they are, and that is what I'm trying to teach. So I stand before you, letting you know that if you need me in the community to talk about the atrocities of what my family went through, and that we can't have this again, that I'm willing to do that in any school. And I invite you to come to the Rancho San Diego Holocaust exhibit, where we talk about the Holocaust and who the people are and what they went through. If you need a Holocaust survivor to speak in your classroom, I can provide that for you. I come here with love and peace and positivity that we can grow from this. I don't want to fight anybody anymore. The fighting's been done. It's ugly. It's horrific. And I just want to see peace among brothers and sisters. Somebody told me last week when I was with my Palestinian friend Dina that she says, it's amazing. You say hello today and we might be saying help tomorrow. And I want people to understand that if I see somebody on the road and needs help, am I going to go up to them and say, oops, are you Palestinian? Are you Hamas? No, I'm there because I want to give, and I hope that they'll feel the same way with me. And if none of you have ever seen anybody Jewish, this is what a Jew looks like, okay? So I just wanted to show you that. And, I come here with a flag. Thank you.
Thank you.
Destiny Avila Ramirez in Grace.
Good evening. My name is Grace Na, and I'm the co-editor-in-chief for the Bonita Vista High School's student-run publication, The Crusader. On Friday, November 3rd, The Crusader distributed the issue to newspaper print, featuring an editorial cartoon depicting a student's view on the Israel-Palestine conflict. This garnered much attention from the Sweetwater Union High School District. An editorial cartoon is a graphic that expresses the artist's opinion on a social or political issue, not the expressed opinion of the publication, the advisor, or school administration, meaning the cartoons are aspects of commentary whose purpose is to question or make an argument based on current affairs on a local, national, or international scale. The staff member responsible for the cartoon wanted to express their deep concerns over innocent civilian deaths and further question the situation of the Israel-Palestine war. The artist intended the argument to evoke emotion and discourse amongst the BVH community. But the Crusader has become aware of how the BVH Jewish community perceive this to be as anti-Semitic. With the editorial cartoonist expressing their belief, whether or not this viewpoint aligns with the staff members and the newspaper advisor's beliefs, the editorial board believes it contributes to the conversation and opens up more opportunities for discussion. Above all, the editorial board manages the publication with the understanding of the California Education Code 48907, which protects the freedom of speech and of press for public school journalists. The cartoon contained no unlawful speech, and district lawyers have conceded the cartoon was protected. This means school administrators, including the advisor, cannot censor student media. Nonetheless, the artist's intentions did not come from an anti-Semitic mind and was not deliberately attacking a certain community. The editorial board denies all efforts to characterize the actions of our editorial cartoonist and the editorial process that went into selecting the cartoon to be featured in our paper to be anti-Semitic. However, we are concerned with the unintentional harm this may have caused anyone. As a student-run publication, the Crusader strives to offer a safe platform for its staff members and its community to voice their opinions on different issues. Doing so, the Crusader Manual finds significance in minimizing harm. Despite the emotions the editorial cartoon has stirred, the Crusader believes all content published is only one side of a conversation, which is especially true of our opinion section. However, as we become aware of an increase of anti-Semitic acts, the Crusader wants to work towards creating a safe environment for vulnerable individuals in our community. Our first step is to meet with the Bonita Vista High School's Israel Club and hear their personal experiences, insights, and hopes regarding the Israel-Hamas war. Additionally, we intend on producing a podcast on the complexities and viewpoints of the war, featuring informed experts in an effort to better understand the ongoing conflict. Finally, we invite our readers to write letters to the editor, voicing any concerns, personal experiences, and reactions to our coverage on the Israel-Palestine war. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marco Amaral.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon. I have nothing to prepared, so don't worry for it. No, I'm here to speak candidly and honestly and with my heart. I am a teacher at Sweetwater Union High School District at Castle Park High School, and I stand in solidarity with the students at Bonita Vista High School. I stand in solidarity with their right. I stand in solidarity with their right to publish what they feel in their hearts, what compels them in their minds and souls, what they see in this world. I support their right to put pen or type to paper. I've been a teacher in this district for going into my 9th year now. And there's only been one flag that's ever flown in my classroom. And that's the Palestinian flag. Only one. That's the only flag that has ever. Not the Aslan flag, not the Mexican flag, not the American flag. The Palestinian flag. Because flags must represent something. And in my analysis, it is the Palestinian struggle. It is the Palestinian struggle that represents liberation. It is the Palestinian struggle that represents freedom. It is the Palestinian struggle that represents what is righteous and what is right and what is dignified. It is the struggle of our time. in like you all, I was once an elected official, and I became the only elected official in San Diego County in 2021 in the last attack that Israel had, the last major attack that Israel had on Palestine, to speak up against those attacks and to speak in favor of Palestinian liberation. And I was attacked by the American Defamation League, the ADL. I was put on their list. And that came with a series of repercussions for me. Do not let the ADL force your hand. Do not let the ADL tell you what you know in your heart is right. Most of you on this board are of Chicano, Mexican, Latin American descent. You know occupation. You know what it means in your history for land to be taken away from you by white supremacy, by fascism, by imperialism. You know. Don't be scared of your knowledge. That is all. Thank you very much. I stand in solidarity with the students.
Thank you.
Justin Akers Chacon. Justin Akers? They're outside.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Akers Chacon. I'm a resident here of Chula Vista. I've sent my kids through this school district. I live down the street, and when I heard about this series of events, I felt I had to come to say I stand with the students at Bonita Vista and free Palestine. Free Palestine. So let me start by saying that I find it outrageous. I find it outrageous that the youth who are standing up and speaking out against an injustice are being targeted while everyone else stands silent and allows this criminal genocide to continue. It takes the youth to see the truth, and that's exactly what this cartoon represents. I want to challenge the idea that this is, first of all, anti-Semitism, because that's the argument. The argument is that this is anti-Semitism. In fact, saying that this is anti-Semitism is hiding behind this term so that you don't actually have to address the issues that are actually taking place, that you can't be held accountable, that any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic while a genocide is happening, while 11,000 people are have been killed, while 4,000, it's probably close to 5,000, as I'm speaking, every 10 minutes a Palestinian child is killed. So to say that it's anti-Semitism to stand up against a moral outrage, an injustice, a genocide, that is cowardice. I also want to say that the cartoon is objectively true. If you read it, if you read the cartoon, it's objectively true. It points out that the people in Israel, the people leading this charge, and I'm not speaking about all people in Israel, the people leading this charge are actively calling for the flattening of Gaza. They're actively calling for ethnic cleansing. They're actively proposing moving people out of the Gaza Strip into the Egyptian Sinai Desert. This is not a conspiracy. You can hear it from their own mouths.
Sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir, but
So-
that's a warning for you, sir. One more and you'll be asked.
So the cartoon is objectively true. Since 1948, when the state of Israel was created by an order that basically represented the most powerful interest in the world at the time, the UN Security Council, in the US, England, etc. Since it's been created, the United States has given $158 billion to Israel to conduct a process of ethnic cleansing, a settler colonial project, a religious supremacist project, and this does not represent even the majority of Jewish people. There are Jewish people in Israel who are opposed to this genocide. There are Jewish people all around the world opposed to this genocide. So thank the students at Bonita Vista for standing up for what's right.
Thank
Free
you.
Palestine. Thank you.
Patricia Cortez?
And that'll be the last speaker
Yes, for this topic.
on this topic, yes.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Cortez, and I am here for what we're really here for, and that is to support our amazing students from Crusader, our journalists, and future of the future of this nation, and to support their advisor, Mr. Helly. That's what we're really here for. I'm not a politician. I'm simply a mom, but mom has lived a lot. I'm first-generation immigrant from Mexico. Long time ago, when I grew up in a little border town in the desert, I didn't grow up with any TV, radio was the only thing, and I read a lot, and I really dreamed of being a writer and a journalist. I will never forget one day I was riding the bus in Mexico, and we passed by the only newspaper in Mexicali, Baja California, called La Voz de la Frontera, a newspaper that I learned to read Spanish from. And the whole site had been bombed out and burned out. My parents explained, and I read later, that journalists were being killed and threatened by politicians who were colluding with narco-traffickers. Same narco-traffickers that were threatening my dad's farm to take over. And it was very unstable times. You could not have freedom of speech there. I was so happy when we immigrated to the United States. And I felt safe. When my father immigrated early on, before he moved back to Mexico, he had to live in a little town of Texas where it said, no Mexicans allowed, or only in the back, along with blacks. My point here is that it's far more dangerous to suppress freedom of speech and the press. I have lived it. Let us not forget, not too long ago, we had a president who was saying horrible things about my people, horrible things. And a news station who rhymes with rocks, will not say, was also contributing to the same narrative and rhetoric. And this was also threatening immigrants. We all know that. And yet I still would not want that news station taken down. I know the importance of being able to have freedom of speech and press. This is simply what our students are doing. They meant no harm or hate. It's meant to create a dialogue and discourse, hopefully outside of here, where it's really meant to be, and to create these discussions. And that is simply what Mr. Helly was doing.
Thank you.
Jessica Tejada?
So we're on a different topic?
Yes. Jessica?
I'm Jessica Barragan Tejada, but
Yes.
I withdraw my request.
Oh, you don't want to speak? Okay.
We do have another speaker, thank you.
Okay. Steve Futterman? Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. They actually had me posted wrong, but I did want to address I'm not here to censor anybody, but what was in there? This is not journalism. This is propaganda, the most insidious type. How can a Jewish student with that Star of David displayed on there be able to not be associated with some form of genocide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you just pause for a second?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry. So what hate and illiberal nonsense are you teaching these children? Is this your adoption of AB 101? This is firmly un-American and tragically anti-Semitic. What happened to all the diversity, equity, and inclusion training? This is not a microaggression, putting that Star of David. What are Jewish students supposed to be associated with? I'm sure you have a diversity, equity, inclusion master. I'm sure the district has one. And they would say, words of violence. That is what we've heard for the last 5 years about these organizations, except when it comes to Jewish students. From the river to the sea, everybody's screaming at Jews. What river? What sea? Do any of them know which river? Can they name it? Do you teach them which river and sea? You have allowed them to be taught hate. If they cared about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which I do, they would be protesting in front of the Lebanese embassy, demanding an end to the treatment of Palestinians born in Lebanon and forced to live in refugee camps, not permitted to own property, denied the ability to integrate. 300,000 Palestinians are forced into that. They would scream at the Kuwaitis for expelling, these are fellow Muslims, for expelling an additional 300,000 Palestinians in the 90s, and finally protest at the Jordanian embassy, demanding an answer regarding their slaughter of 2,500 Palestinians. They may even learn that Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Muslim women can own property, vote, be military officers, be police officers, be a Supreme Court justice, and where 1,500 Palestinian from Gaza and from the West Bank, gay and lesbians, are granted asylum in Tel Aviv every year. You've got to stop teaching this hate. This is pure propaganda. I'm not here to censor anyone. Our family is Hispanic. Y somos judíos también. And this is awful, what is allowed to happen here. And you've got to stop this hate. It is just awful. I've been in this district for 35 years. I pay into it. Mr. Emerald, you should know better than anybody about this. But this cannot stand. These Jewish kids cannot be subjected to that level of hate. This is dangerous. Thank you.
Janice Gilmore? Janice Gilmore? There she comes. No, now it's moving.
Hello.
Put a topic.
Yes, go ahead, thank you.
Okay, I'm Janice Gilmore. I live at 242 East Palomar Street, Chula Vista. I'm the teacher librarian at Chula Vista High School and also the lead SEA representative for the school. On several occasions, our principal has told the Faculty Advisory Council that our school cannot sustain our innovative schedule. And at the last meeting, he told us, if asked, he would recommend that the school return to a 6-period day for budgetary reasons. We, the teachers of Chula Vista High, read the contract to mean that it is our site's decision by vote of the teachers to retain our schedule. However, there's been information shared with us that the district can force a schedule change if the school cannot afford it, overriding the vote of the teachers. I am here to find out if this is correct or perhaps misinformation or disinformation. To be perfectly clear, a return to a 6-period schedule would effectively wipe out our School of Creative and Performing Arts. The students' required courses would not allow for them to have the elective classes needed to complete the pathways in orchestra, theater, dance, choir. I don't have time to list all the wonderful classes. I hope someone else who's speaking after me does that. But the average freshman and sophomore would not have room for any electives unless they postpone a year of science or foreign language. And electives are magical. The student cherishes their elective classes. The spark, the joy that they bring to our campus can be felt. It's palpable. The School of Creative and Performing Arts has been at Chula Vista High School since 1979, for 44 years. You might be surprised to hear that Chula Vista High does not get additional funding to operate the School of Creative and Performing Arts. We must operate within the same budget given to all schools, with FTEs provided in ratio to the enrollment. This places our administration in a bind to provide a schedule with 8 periods to all our students. The Faculty Advisory Council has repeatedly volunteered to help create a master schedule that can be used to sustain the School of Creative and Performing Arts and the 8-period schedule, but so far our principal has not taken us up on this offer. Creating the master schedule is the key to finding a solution. Anyone that has worked on a complex puzzle like a master schedule knows that the initial structure will prohibit creative solutions after the fact. We want to help because Our current schedule created for us costs more than we are allotted, and we have been told the district has been providing additional FTEs on a limited basis to help us continue. This appears to be ending. I am here with the support of over 70% of our teachers that want to continue the innovative schedule to accommodate the electives needed for the students, for so many opportunities, but especially for our English learners who have 2 periods of English. We ask that you give us the gift of time. Please continue to fund additional FTEs for the School of Creative and Performing Arts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Nevin.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Deborah Nevin. I'm the arts facilitator for the School of Creative and Performing Arts at Chula Vista Middle and Chula Vista High. We do appreciate the district supporting the SCPA since 1979. The SCPA is a very special place. SCPA students are in the top of their classes. They're smart, they're kind, they're talented. They're leaders among leaders. They go the extra mile, and not just in their arts classes, but throughout campus, academics, athletics, ASB. In 1979, there was plenty of room for diving deep into an art form or any elective and getting to an advanced level. Kids could take a couple of electives each year, but as you know, a lot has changed in that time. Current state and district graduation requirements have made it very difficult to become a well-rounded student in a traditional 6-period day and impossible to concentrate in an arts interest. Kids might not be able to get an elective until they're juniors unless we add a 0 period to their day and extend it. When I arrived in 2011, Chula Vista High already had a form of an 8-period day, a 0 period that started at 6:30 in the morning, and a 7th period after school. In 2016, the teachers voted to try the AB block, which is a form of the 4x4. Kids can now advance their arts interest, have room for AP classes, and all within a traditional school time frame. Students can do more and be more because of the SCPA. This schedule was affordable because some upper-level students would only take 6 or 7 classes, leave campus early, or start later. CTE teachers cost less FTE than traditionally credentialed teachers, and arts classes don't have class caps like other subjects, so more students could be in each class. Some of these things, as you know, are about to change. With the advent of Assembly Bill 1012, there are questions if students can still be released. The bill states parents or students that are 18 can consent in writing to have non-scheduled classes, or if they take dual enrollment college courses or work experience. We currently do release students whose parents have signed these forms, but we're hearing that that will stop soon for some reason. So why am I here? Because the rumor mill is very active. We've been hearing for months that the district would like to eliminate our schedule and effectively the SCPA because it costs more than traditional 6-period day, which I admit it does if you don't allow students to leave early or come late and require all students to take all 8 classes all 4 years. Hundreds of schools offer this schedule and even have a name for when students don't take all 8 classes. In Coronado and in Poway districts, it's called off-roll. Parents opt for this when they register their students for school. This is just one way to eliminate the extra cost. I'm here to ask the board for time and for vision. I'm here to be proactive. I'm here to save the only art school in the district, to work together to develop creative solutions that don't cost much, that don't cost more, such as dual enrollment classes, and continuing to allow parents to consent to, quote, off-roll. And with this new direction and support with community schools, we can also be a shining example in the district. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Leilani Torres.
Good evening. My name is Monica Duprad, and I'm speaking on behalf of Lelaine Torres, who is not able to be present at this meeting. Members of the school board, I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. My name is Lelaine Torres, and I have been serving as a counselor in the Sweetwater Union High School District for the past 9 years. Regrettably, I cannot be present in person today due to my commitment to both my profession and a second job, which has become a necessity to navigate the challenges of living in San Diego, where the cost of living has reached unprecedented levels. I am writing to you as both a dedicated school counselor and a single parent who, like many others in our district, is facing the harsh reality of struggling to make ends meet. The invaluable work at school that school counselors contribute to our educational system is immeasurable. Yet the financial strain we face is undeniable. It is with great concern that I address the issue of the undervaluation of school counselors within the Sweetwater Union High School District. We play a crucial role in the lives of our students, providing guidance, support, and advocating for their academic and personal development. However, the current compensation structure does not reflect the significance of our role in shaping the future of the students we serve. As the cost of living continues to rise, many school counselors, including myself, are compelled to take on second jobs to make ends meet. This reality not only affects our well-being, but also impacts our ability to dedicate our full attention and energy to the students who rely on us for guidance. I understand that budgetary constraints are a reality for any school district. However, I implore the school board to consider the profound impact that fair wages for school counselors can have on the overall well-being of both the counselors and the students we serve. Adequate compensation will allow us to fully commit ourselves to our roles, ensuring the success and development of every student. I am not alone in this sentiment. Numerous colleagues and educators within our district share these concerns, and together we advocate for fair wages that align with the responsibilities and importance of the school counselor position. I kindly request that you, as esteemed members of the school board, take in consideration the struggles faced by school counselors and work towards implementing a fair and equitable compensation structure that reflects the invaluable contributions we make to the education and well-being of our students. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am optimistic that together we can create positive change for the dedicated school counselor of the Sweetwater Union High School District. Sincerely, Lelaine Torres, school counselor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Loing Singh Garcia. Sorry.
Good evening, District Leadership and Board of Trustees. My name is Elizabeth Loansing Garcia. I'm a graduate of Sweetwater High, promoted from Granger Junior High. I started my career as an educator with the Sweetwater District as an avid tutor at Granger and National City Middle. I then became an English teacher at Southwest Middle and Castle Park High. And now for the past 16 years, I've been a school counselor at my alma mater, Sweetwater High School. I was named Sweetwater District Counselor of the Year in 2016. And I was the inaugural San Diego County of Education High School Counselor of the Year in 2020. In the first 4 years of the San Diego County of Education High School Counselor of the Year awards, 2 Sweetwater District Counselors have been awarded. In 2022, Christina Rocky from then Chula Vista High, now Launch Academy, was also awarded the San Diego County of Education High School Counselor of the Year award. Again, in the first 4 years of this award, 2 Sweetwater District counselors have been acknowledged. This is a testament to the quality of school counselors in our district. We are the cream of the crop. We are experts in our field. We lead with our hearts and care for our students. San Diego County of Education acknowledges our work. Do you? Sweetwater District counselors diligently work to support students. It has become disheartening when the institution itself fails to recognize the immense value we bring to our educational community. Despite our unwavering commitment to student well-being and academic success, the lack of acknowledgement from the district diminishes the potential positive impact we could have on the overall district culture. How can this be done? Ensure that counselors and our colleagues receive competitive and fair compensation. Foster a positive and supportive work environment where counselors feel respected, heard, and appreciated for their efforts, especially in the talks to reorganize counselor job descriptions. Provide district leadership that would ensure coordination and integration of counseling services throughout the district, fostering a cohesive and comprehensive approach to student support that aligns with the district's educational goals and objectives. In a school like Sweetwater High, where 57 of our senior class is at risk, according to the district's early warning system, counselors have had to bite the bullet with California grad plans, pull at strings because of the loss of learning centers, and have picked up the pieces with the implementation of the Learning Retention and Acceleration Program, to say the least. My passion has faded, replaced with disappointment and frustration. As much as I want to plan college trips, organize school-wide career day events, provide support for college absent financial aid, my work has been consumed with mental health supports, intervention for students who are not graduating, and following up with attendance concerns. It is my hope our district recognizes and appreciates the essential role school counselors play in fostering a supportive and nurturing environment for both students and the broader school community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackson Gallen.
You can move the mic up, sir, if you want. There you go.
Green button.
No, you don't touch anything, just talk.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Jackson, and I'm a sophomore at Eastlake High School. Our school is in dire need of open restrooms. As of October 9th, Eastlake High has only a third of the legal requirement. According to the California Education Code, Section 35292.5A1, we are supposed to have 75 open stalls, but instead we have around 25 stalls open to support approximately 2,850 students. Many of the restrooms on our campus have been closed due to safety and cleanliness issues. An insufficient number of open restrooms available for students increases the health risks associated with delayed access. It also increases the time away from class due to long walks to available restrooms and the presence of students waiting to use them. Not to mention, the risk of student conflict increases as a result of the large number of students in a small area. I decided to take action and support my peers by creating a petition that to date has over 525 student signatures. This year, the presence of new campus assistants has helped to ensure that available restrooms are used as intended. They have provided a cleaner and safer space for students. I'm asking for funds to support the hiring of 3 to 4 new campus assistants. With the addition of more campus assistants, we will be able to open more restrooms to bring Eastlake High School into compliance with the California Education Code and California Building Standards Code, and guarantee a safer and healthier learning environment for all. Thank you for listening to me this evening. I appreciate your support and consideration on this important issue.
Thank you, sir.
Yumi Saiki. Yumi? Did she leave? Jennifer Shaffron? She's inside.
You never know these days. Good evening. Here I am again speaking about the Monster Light Rogue rig that was ripped out of the weight room at Sioux High in late August. The rig that was sitting in our weight room for years, simply waiting for the engineer to come and inspect it. But instead of proceeding, it was removed in secret at the superintendent's decree of a cease and desist. I spoke to the board meeting in September and never heard a word back from the board or superintendent about what they intend to do about the rig being removed, thus causing grant and Title IX violations. As far as I know, the board is supposed to respond in a timely manner to the issues brought forth by the community. After the article in the Morning Chalk-Up was published about the issue between Sweetwater High School District and the battle over the rig, so many comments of support and guidance on how to proceed came flooding in, including from a gentleman across the country named David from Fort Lauderdale. He said, even as superintendent, Moises Aguirre does not have the unilateral power to just rip things out of schools without very detailed administrative notice and steps to take, just like what you are going through. He even shared with all the readers how to publicly contact Dr. Aguirre to demand the rig be reinstalled. I can only assume that he is currently dealing with a full inbox of upset community members, as well as those from the CrossFit community. He went on to say, also, you might want to tell him that if he spent more time protecting the privacy and data of employees and students, and less time on thwarting the obesity of students and their physical education, he would not have lost the school district back in February over what is estimated at $1 million or more in connection with a massive data breach he was in charge of, rumored to have paid a ransom for. Jenny, this is how you get things done after you spent months doing the right thing, and you are past settling with this amicably. Since the publication of the article, I have contacted the ACLU, as this is not only a Title IX issue, but an equity and civil liberties issue. Our adaptive PE teacher, who used a fully functioning CrossFit gym at her previous school within the district, was dumbfounded when she saw that in the span of one weekend, the rig was gone, leaving her students without a viable option for an equitable PE experience at SUHI. I have also filed a Title IX violation claim, as well as a breach of grant funds through our California-issued grant for Title I schools paid through our Assets program. In the 20 years since its founding, CrossFit has grown from a garage gym in Santa Cruz, California, into the world's most effective program for improving health and performance through nutrition and exercise. CrossFit is the world-leading provider of accredited performance-based training courses and certification, and has more than 125,000 credentialed coaches across the world. I'm a CrossFit Level 2 coach. All we are asking is to let the kids have access to the world's leading platform for improving health and performance, especially when there are other schools within the district that have fully functioning CrossFit facilities. Thank you. I hope to hear from you and the board soon on this matter.
Thank you.
Kathleen Shears?
At the October meeting, I pulled item N3 and asked the question, what is this for? I would like to apologize to General Counsel and the board for not doing my due diligence in referencing the backup documentation, which clearly stated its purpose. While the zero costs associated with this item led me to believe there wasn't backup, I still should have taken the time to look. I was wrong. Do not call my husband and tell him that. In 47 years, I've never admitted to being wrong. Due to the many potential speakers tonight, I will not be addressing other issues I had prepared. Having said that, I would like to respectfully address any parents, community members in attendance. Where have you been? Your children, this community's children, and knowing what and where and how your tax dollars are being spent is important. If you cannot attend these monthly meetings, view them on YouTube. They're normally a heck of a lot boring than tonight. Yes, they can be. But again, I ask, aren't your children and your tax dollars worth a bit of your time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Beal?
What is public communication? Well, according to President Segura, it's an opportunity for the members of the public to address the board on any matters on the agenda. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to the matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the Office of the Superintendent for the review and report. I've heard that about, I don't know how many times, So I understand that to mean that members of the public have a right to exercise their First Amendment right and speak to the board on matters that are relevant to the individual and are not limited to what the board wants to hear or how it makes them feel. When speaking to the board, whether it be staff, student, or community member, there should be no actions taken against the individual for exercising their First Amendment rights. I say this because it's important for people to know they should feel comfortable addressing the board, the people that they elect, the people who vowed to serve them. Sadly, I don't think that's how people feel. It's no secret that I speak at board meetings on a regular basis and have for years. Years before any of you were here, and probably years after you're gone. I speak to matters that I feel are relevant to students, staff, and the community. I ask questions in an attempt to understand. I bring forth issues in hopes of beginning dialogue that might help to create change. I'm unapologetic for my communication and will continue to speak at board meetings because I believe through advocacy, we teach advocacy. It's through communication that together we create a district in which everyone's voice is heard. I believe that's what the community schools model that we'll be embarking on soon is all about. With that said, I would like to now take an opportunity to speak to the work that I do as a counselor. I've been at Alta Vista Academy for 6 years, and I can say it's been one of the most challenging schools I've ever been at, but it's also been the most rewarding school that I've been at. I have the privilege of serving a very unique group of students who haven't had the easiest life, but when appropriately supported and guided, they thrive. Since my time at Alta Vista Academy, I've been able to increase our graduation rate and promotion rate, increase our FAFSA and CHAFE completion rate, have implemented college field trips to help connect students with post-secondary opportunities, have organized community events for students, have helped to create a school culture and climate that students feel proud to be part of, all while providing extensive social and emotional supports to some of our most at-risk students in the district. On the dais, I think only one of you has a true understanding of the population of students I serve on a daily basis, and that's Dr. Aguirre. Despite the challenges and all the extra work, the one thing I know to be true is that the students at Alta Vista Academy inspire me to be a better person and work harder for them. I know that one of the counseling positions the district always looks to cut is Alta Vista Academy, simply because they look at numbers rather than the whole child. I ask, why would you cut a position that has seen nothing but success? Counselors are essential, and hopefully soon the district will finally recognize how essential we are.
Carla Jacobo.
Good evening. My name is Carla Jacobo. I'm in my 8th year as a school counselor in this district, and I'm also the SCGA treasurer. This weekend, my family and I celebrated my grandma Benitez's 90th birthday. My cousins, whom I haven't seen in a long time, asked me what I do. I'm a school counselor, I told them. I support students with their academics, post-secondary planning, and I listen to them. I help them work through their toughest times. Basically, as a school counselor, I help save lives. I am fortunate that I'm able to do what I do. Tonight, I would like to share some numbers from my school site, Otay Ranch High School, and the counseling team. 3,500 and counting, the number of student contacts that we have met collectively for academic, personal, social, and college and career needs. That's what we actually had logged in, but I'm sure it's way more than that. 150 and counting, number of students Otay Ranch counselors have served through college application workshops. 125, number of students Otay Ranch counselors have reached through our career speaker series, which featured a Hollywood film editor and a former baseball player. 160 and counting, the number of students that Otay Ranch counselors have checked in with from students' referrals to our wellness center. And 15, the number of suicide risk assessments this year. On a more personal note, I would like to share that I am one of the lucky ones who isn't completely on the bottom of the seniority list, but I'm old enough to know what it's like to be pink-slipped. While I'm happy that for the teachers that every single one was fully recalled, that is not the case for the counseling unit. To this day, we still have 3 counselors who have not been recalled to their permanent status, despite there being allocations in the district to do so. I'm imploring you to think of them and the sacrifices that they have made to continue to serve our students on those uncertain terms. I appreciate your time, and I hope that this information helps move things forward with ensuring that our worth as school counselors are recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Gonzalez.
Okay, good evening, board members and Dr. Aguirre. My name is Brenda Gonzalez. I'm a counselor at Southwest High School, and this is my 9th year working for the Sweetwater Union High School District. And next to me are representing the San Isidro community, our students, Leila Pineda and Dalia Peraza. They got out of water polo and soccer practice, and they wanted to be here in support of counselors, so thank you. Okay, so today I'm here advocating for my career and for the right to fair wages and benefits, as I have been doing so since the first year I started working for this district. Every year, our counseling unit has to defend and convince board members that our careers and services we provide to students, families, and community are valid, worthy, and necessary. Yet the state sees the need for counselors and keeps passing bills that support our work, especially around mental health, specifically AB 2508. Let's keep in mind that counselors are the foundation of our district and schools. Our domains set by the American School Counselor Association state that we are responsible for the academic, career, and social emotional development of children. Counselors oversee so much on a day-to-day basis. Master schedule, opening of new schools, new student registrations, credit checks at least 2 times a year per grade level, transcript evaluations, graduation, creating a college-going culture, assisting college applications, financial aid workshops, scholarships, college signing day, threat and suicide assessments, mental health referrals, 10-year plans, direct and indirect counseling, advocacy for our foster, homeless, and transition students, parent meetings, IEPs, signing up students for credit recovery in summer school, participating in restorative circles, targeted interventions, small groups, conflict mediation, human trafficking cases, community college liaisons, CPS reports, and working with all of the effects of social, emotional post-COVID. We show up to work every day with passion, love, and with the willpower to make a difference. Everyone in upper management positions has salary increases ranging from 14% to 27%. Professionally, I trust that you oversee an abundant amount of responsibilities and are worthy of those raises. Congratulations. Why are we not worthy to you? In the last 6 years, we have received a 0.69% increase each year. That is less than 1% per year. A recent article published by U.S. News and World Report listed San Diego as the most expensive city to live in the United States. The report was based their rankings on median gross rent, annual housing costs in the city, and other high fees associated with home ownership. Inflation is out of control, and it is difficult to survive when everything else is on the rise and our salaries are remaining the same. Out of 17 districts in San Diego County, we are at the bottom, number 17. I ask for reflection and action to what is fair. Counselors deserve fair wages, respect, validation. All of us in education do, including you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Sean Hanashiro. Sean Hanashiro. No, he's outside.
Yeah, there's so many seats inside now, it's cold. Can they come in? Can anybody else come in?
Oh, it's to my height, perfect. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Hanashiro, a teacher at Chula Vista High School. I'm just speaking as a teacher in solidarity with all counselors at SDGA. I just want to give you a little story. So it was my first year at Chula Vista High School. A former student from Hilltop High School had been homeless, had nowhere to go, entered my classroom. Here I was thinking, wow, it's a former student seeing me, wow. It turns out it was a tragic story. Who did I turn to? As a teacher, I'm not trained to or qualified to deal with this traumatic experience. So who did I turn to? A counselor, Ms. Sonia Bringas, who's no longer at Chula Vista, who I actually miss dearly. Anyway, this is already after a long week. This was right before fall break last year. Everyone was ready to go off campus. She was the only counselor still on campus, and she stayed for hours until police arrived. Chula Vista PD showed up. She made sure that this student had all the resources necessary and all the information to make sure that this student was safe. Wasn't even a student on her caseload, wasn't even a student of Chula Vista High School, but that's how big of hearts that counselors have. So please, whatever demands that they have, I guess I'm not privy to their negotiations, please listen to them. They really do put students first, and that really is our motto. Then you really need to stand firmly right behind counselors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelica Martinez.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a student at Hilltop Middle School, and I'm here today to share the experience my son faces as a student with an IEP. My child is placed in 2 co-teaching classes, English and Math, with 37 students, with half of the students receiving IEP services and the other half behavior issues. I have observed the classes, and I feel the students are not receiving adequate FAPE requirements. The distractions in the classrooms are very evident, and my son's grades and lack of learning reflect the lack of control in the classroom. According to FAPE, an appropriate education will include education services designed to meet the individual education needs of students with disabilities, as adequately as needs of non-disabled students. Why is it that other classes without students with disability contain as few as 25 students? If that wasn't enough, what's going on with my son's band teacher? My son has been having a sub since school started. It's been very inconsistent. My son says students are teaching the class. It breaks my heart and at the same time infuriates me to have to be here publicly and share unethical behaviors my son has experienced at school, and there have never been any consequences. In his 7th grade, my son was singled out by his band teacher the entire school year. She would lock him outside the classroom or send him to the back of the class as a form of discipline. She would embarrass him about not being able to stand still due to one of his impairments. During a performance at Petco Park, she wanted him to provide his own entrance ticket while every other student got theirs for free. I probably had close to 10 meetings regarding this situation. And like this band teacher, there have been more other staff members who chose not to read the IEP and BIP to minimize student escalations. But unfortunately, since it's easier to label a student as a problem child than suspend them, that's exactly what's happening here. My child has been lied about, harassed, bullied, suspended. He's basically become a target because he has a mother who just doesn't turn the other way and accepts ridiculous consequences admin and teachers are proposing. I'm involved now because the school was breaking my son down mentally and emotionally. Now he's been assaulted by a teacher, and nothing ever came of that. The school purposely lied on the incident report, knowing there was a witness who saw the teacher pulling my son around, and in the report they made my son to be a sexual lying predator. He also has another teacher say he threatened her, yet no one has been able to reference any threat made. We've had VP altered reports at least twice that I have proof of. We're talking about an adult here. No one at the school has ever seen my son with a disability who needs help. To make matters worse, a psychologist or counselor who my son confided in told her about the physical altercation with the teacher, and she never did her job as a mandated reporter to report the incident. So I ask you, whose interest are you protecting? Those of the staff or those of the students with special needs who require a unique form of discipline?
Thank you.
Dina Donato Palmore. Greta Rodriguez.
So I want to thank you for being here tonight, and I appreciate that we want respect. I have noticed recently that when we speak, sometimes board members don't look at us. Superintendent is busy looking on the phone or on a computer, and members are noticing that. Community is noticing that. So when we talk about respect, it's also eye contact and looking up when we're speaking, so I appreciate that. I want to address that I support our bargaining team. They're amazing. I would never want my comments or my questioning to question my union or as far as my bargaining team, because I do respect the work that they've done. But I do want to address, my president is accurate. You don't get what you ask for. You get what you organize and fight for. And we still need that chance to fight and organize for a better TA. We still have questions to answer. It is not a done deal. We have to still ratify it and vote for it. So if members have questions, we want it to be welcomed. One of the things that has been mentioned tonight, the amount of raises that people get. Keep in mind, Carbuccio and Aguirre don't have to wear a colored shirt on Wednesdays to validate their job. They don't have to go and seek support from the community and organize things. They simply just lobby you, the board. We have to lobby our community. We have to lobby or make sure our members understand what's going on. So it's dehumanizing to consistently keep telling you guys how we're worthy, how we got degrees to do our job, and how we fight to support students. So when you tell me that they've earned raises 16%, 19%, and they never had to organize or fight for their salaries or beg for them, that's an injustice when it comes to our students. I know locals where the district doesn't make these unions fight for things, where they sit at the table and they negotiate things that are fair without a long process for it. I do not feel that we have a superintendent that's leading us I feel our lawyer, Carbuccio, is leading this district, and I find a problem with that. Other districts outsource lawyer work, meaning if they need lawyer advice, they pay for that advice. They don't have a lawyer on site. The amount of money that we pay for this lawyer is crazy and unnecessary. And a lot of our problems are usually based on her decisions and how she speaks to us and the decisions she makes. So I ask you to make sure that you're on top of it, that you question Aguirre. That doesn't mean you hate him as a human being. It means you hold him accountable. And it means you check in and find out what's going on with labor relations, because we don't get to talk to them. We're constantly referred to Carbuccio. So please, I want a district that's led by Aguirre and not by a lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katina Rondell?
Okay, well, I'd be remiss if I at least just didn't acknowledge what happened earlier and caused us to clear the room. I was shaking a bit there. I certainly felt the fear and the pain, and I hope that this district can do the right thing and foster peace, love, something, because we can't have this go sideways. Sometimes I just speak off the cuff at the beginning because of what I hear. And I too want to just speak about my experience and what the counselors have always offered my students and myself. I've worked at many schools, Alta Vista for many, many years with a 400% turnover, and that's the toughest job there. And then into a learning center, and then the closing of the learning centers. When you guys closed the 9 learning centers, we all went into independent study. And my gosh, to just see 2 counselors absorbing all of those closed learning centers plus whatever independent study was in place. It was just so much work, and I don't see how you guys think they have the time to do the work. Monica Perez is here, I believe, right now. She was she was the counselor when we existed at Hilltop High School as a learning center, and I need a kid that needs a schedule, change something, and my gosh, she's dealing with suicidal ideation, or dealing with a kid where, maybe she knows the person is cutting themselves, or trying to find resources or food or home, security, safety, a whole plethora of things. And this is all within Alt-Ed. I mean, we still have that now. And so the job of a counselor is never done. When I heard somebody speaking earlier about, they've got 184 work days, what have you, student days, right? And yet they have 360-something kids on their caseload. Dude, they're not even really seeing all their kids, I want to begin with the district recently TA'd with my union, my teachers union. The TA has yet to be ratified. You negotiated a 9% wage increase. That increase will move us from spot number 17 to number 10 of all the 40-plus districts countywide. We are still not competitive, and this will not help to recruit or retain employees. This district continues to give management in Sweetwater Union High School District the same raises that teachers receive. Electing to do so further widens the gap between management and its employees, a disparity that has generated attention nationwide, as exemplified by the issues spotlighted during the UAW strike. How an organization chooses to allocate its funds and address these disparities is reflective of its values and priorities. You show us we are not valued. We are not a priority. Mr. Cobb, Greg Cobb, asked me to please let you guys know, first and foremost, that we need larger buses because staff and students continue to be assaulted, and this is the second time the issue has been brought up. I'll end right there.
Thank you.
Is Greg Cobb, is he not here? Greg Cobb?
I wanted to, if I may, speak, because he had to go.
Oh, he had to leave? Okay.
No.
Elena Vallejo Paez?
Oh, I waited over 2 hours. It's 61 degrees out there. It's nice and toasty in here. All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Elena Vallejo Paez, and I am one of the 3 remaining RIFT counselors. Okay. This is my 7th school year as a counselor. I've been working under a temp contract at Sweetwater for the last 4 years. As much as I'd like to focus on the fact that according to the SEA president, they have had all of their RIF teachers recalled. In addition, I heard her mention that her probe teachers also have now become tenured. Meanwhile, we're still here trying to get a job. That my RIF status is the direct result of the closing of the learning centers, and that the district has not hired a non-RIF counselor since 2016. I could talk about how undervalued counselors are and how we deserve fair wages and how there's 35,000 students in our district and only a little over 100 counselors. But instead, I'd like to focus the majority of my time to highlight how our most at-risk students are in jeopardy in our district. I'd like to think of counseling as being somewhat similar to urgent care. Students come in and we assess and triage as much as we can. Sometimes we can answer their questions and send them on their ways, but other times when a student needs more, we may have to refer them to a specialist. This could look like a mental health referral, tutoring referral, or alternative placement referrals. However, when the district closed its learning centers, it was similar to saying that one of our specialty services got shut down. This adds barriers to our most at-risk youth. It is equivalent to going to urgent care only to be sent to see a specialist somewhere far out in like Escondido, but you don't have a car, they're booked for the next 6 months out. It's impossible. The current option for our high-risk students are very unrealistic. The all-ed options we have of Palomar Independent Studies and most recently Apex in the school sites are for a specific population and are reaching capacity. My students have difficulty accessing Palomar due to transportation issues, and quite frankly, putting an unmotivated student into Apex or Independent Studies doesn't make any sense. If they had the motivation to do work independently, I don't think they would have been in the position to potentially not graduate in the first place. These students need constant cheerleading that the learning centers provided. Simply closing them without another viable option was not only a disservice to our students, but also reckless advice without foresight from your cabinet members. Not only has Apex been unsuccessful at my school site, where we have more students than needed than we have licenses for, the California grad plan will not be an option for our juniors, and so next year, without more options for students who are credit deficient, I am concerned that we will have a record number of non-grads. The district struggles with PR, negative PR as it is. I don't think you want the additional PR of a drop in graduation rates. I previously invited you to visit the counseling center and talk to those of us doing the day-to-day work. I don't think any of the board members took me up on that offer. So now I'd like to personally invite Mr. Solis to come to the Sweetwater High School Counseling Center so we can highlight the work and the challenges that are unique to National City. Thank you.
John Cox.
Good evening, President Segura, School Board, Dr. Aguirre, Jenny's. I am John Cox. I've been on the SEA Board of Directors for about 3.5 years. And I had the pleasure last week to serve as a support personnel along with my co-worker, retired Gunnery Sergeant Catherine Villaquit, for our recent contract negotiations. I would like to publicly acknowledge the hard work that our team put in. Lourdes Renteria, Cesar Gomez, Ana Baños, Leo Su, Monchelle Lewis, and historian Rebecca Robinson, and the district's team, and the commitment to reaching an agreement that night. Thank you. Took us into the early hours of Friday morning. It was a long day. Thank you, district team, for acknowledging the positive impact CTE teachers have on our students, the importance of retaining and honoring our education specialists, and the ongoing financial struggles of our teachers and our staff and our sibling associations. We need our counselors. Let's take care of them. It is through this difficult discourse that we had that night and data analysis that brought us together to do the absolute best for our Sweetwater students and families. And we have our critics. Usually critique can be addressed through facts, data, looking at the realities and struggles facing our district. Yet the already and recent attacks of some critics, very small population, on our agreement will refuse to acknowledge any of this. They will continue to attack our association, attack district leadership, attack President Ugarte, attack our collaborative efforts and our contract before ever standing in solidarity. These critics are very aware of the hard work and commitment that we have and that we perform, resulting in our success. Facts, data, hard work, and reality mean nothing to these people. These things, these virtues do not fit into their myopic, self-serving narratives. They are determined to see us fail. They will always opt to attack and spread misinformation in lieu of uniting for the greater cause of our advancing our profession and committing to our kids. Because that's easy to do. It takes zero effort. And our agreement reached in those early hours Friday morning showed these critics the futility of their divisive efforts. It showed what true unity and solidarity can accomplish when all parties listen to each other and come to rational conclusions. Once again, a very heartfelt thank you. Appreciated the negotiations, everyone involved. Have a great evening. In unity, let's take care of our counselors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cesar Gomez.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've come up here. First, the journey that I started way back, I took over from Joe Amaro, who started this, trying to make a change for CTE teachers. In the last 4 years, a little bit before COVID, we started making little changes, little by little, for CTE teachers, okay? Small steps, but steps. Steps because we're working together to come to an agreement about CTE teachers. Today, with the unwavering support of Lucy, SEA president, we came to an agreement. I'm talking about support that I've seen before, but now 10 times more from Lucy, supporting all the members, not just CTE. Also the bargaining team led by Lourdes, I call her Lulu, okay, and Leo, Ana, Monchel, Rebecca, historian, John, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Oh yeah, the gunny who came in towards the end, the pinch hitter, Catherine. Love them spreadsheets. Thank you for the effort and the hard work that you put in. I also wanted to thank everybody that's here present in front of me. Dr. Aguirre, the board members, for believing in CTE teachers, to making us whole, valued. We can better serve our students that way. So thank you. I didn't want to come up here and just complain. On the contrary, I've sat here before, stood here before, and asked about things. Now we just wanted to say thank you for doing the right thing. Thank you again. I also, like Lucy had mentioned, there's bargaining is a struggle sometimes. It's a give and take, back and forth. I'll even though we don't agree at all times, I will thank Ms. Carbucha as well, okay, for finding common ground. We all have to work together. And did you know, some may not agree, but Ms. Carbucha, she laughs. She has humor. She cares, okay? And I've seen it. So thanking everybody, the team. Also, I wanted to put in my 2 cents about an MOU with the Southwest Carpenters Training Union. They're here to support us. And just one more thing, the electrification that they talked about that you passed, that's a great thing. Did you know CTE auto shops, we've been doing that for 10 years, EV. And my class, solar and wind energy, clean energy, renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Velicuete.
Good evening, President Segura, School Board, Dr. Aguirre, and Cabinet. My name is Catherine Velaquet. I am one of your CTE teachers. I had the honor of having been invited to bargaining last week. We, CTE, are here today to express our gratitude. We wanted to be heard. However, not only did you listen, but you stood firmly behind us. You instead offered us an even better opportunity for CTE to grow within our district. Because you listened, our CTE teachers will now be considered as equals. Many don't understand that we have an actual teaching credential, and many of us are highly educated. We have bachelor's, sometimes 2 masters, and PhDs. More importantly, your CTE teachers can now focus on enhancing their classes and programs without the burden of exhaustion from teaching an excessive number of classes. This will define the future of our CTE program by attracting students from throughout the region who are looking for an education that will prepare them for the real world. We are thankful that you see the value and realize the CTE potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Judy Perez. Oh, Marielle Avalos.
Good evening. I stand together with my counselor colleagues who've done a great job at describing our jobs. I also want to say I'm missing my mother's 77th birthday tonight to be here because this is so important for me to share with you. And she understands because she's taught the 5th grade for over 40 years. So she knows what this is about. Hello, my name is Mariel Avalos. I'm a high school counselor with a still temporary contract at 2 different sites this year and have been a counselor since 2016. I'm also a mother, a wife, and a proud graduate of Montgomery High School. In 2020, I was laid off along with 22 other counselors and over 100 teachers in a mass layoff due to poorly managed finances. My permanency was taken away, and 3 of us have not been reinstated yet. Since then, I have experienced the uncertainty of not knowing whether I would work. During this time, you also demoted one of your program managers and placed her in our unit unfairly ahead of us. One year, you played musical chairs and sent several of us to new sites to balance their master schedule, then sent us back to other completely different sites. This year, 2 of us were sent to split sites, while 2 other counselors below our seniority were given 1 site. According to HR, I was told that this is all we have available. My previous school had a spot for me and had submitted a request in a timely manner. It was investigated that this was so. And you were alerted of your mistake and by myself and by all 3 high schools involved, and yet you still dug your heels and asked me to sign my contract or risk not working. All of this causes disruption to all parties involved, but mostly to our students. We have a growing number of students struggling with their mental health, especially after the pandemic. Our job has morphed into what used to be only academic counseling to frontline mental health workers, triaging students to different services while still trying to graduate them and guiding their future paths. 2 months ago, one of our seniors tragically ended his life. This is the 4th suicide in our district I've sadly been aware of in the 7 years I've been here. If this doesn't sound alarm bells to all of you, I don't know what will. All of our job duties had to pause as we dealt with this tragedy. Please hear me. Our kids are struggling. Our kids need their safe person. Our kids need their safe person not to be moved around like a chess piece from school to school. As the years tick by, I can't help but feel you are trying to wear us down by giving us gotcha clauses on our bargaining documents and reducing personnel that is obviously clearly needed. Sometimes I feel like I'm in an abusive relationship with my employer. But I will tell you why I continue to fight to stay. When I was a student at Montgomery, I was a troubled teen. My counselor, Ms. Collins, was my safe person. One time she looked at my test scores and said, "What a shame that someone like you capable of this does so little. As you move on to hopefully college, please do better." Her disappointment was all I had to hear. I'm almost done. I went on to do better because I promised myself I would come back here to give back to my community that gave so much to me.
my heart and my why are here. People at Montgomery, like Miss Collins, never gave up on me.
Please wrap it up.
Our kids deserve people like her, like me, and people like us. So please do better.
Thank you.
Angela Subito.
Hello.
You can move the mic.
Okay, great. Hi. So I don't know you all, and you don't know me, but I'm here in support of my high school counselor, Miss Dinah Donato Palmore, who you heard from earlier. I am a Sweetwater high school graduate, class of 2015, and I lived in National City most of my life. My parents were Filipino immigrants, and they supported me through high school. However, they had like their own issues, and things weren't always great at home. Also, being first generation and figuring out college and high school and how to file a FAFSA was really difficult for me when I was a student. And the fact that I had Miss Palmore, who was in my corner to encourage me to not drop out of school, to make up my absences with Saturday schools, and to actually walk at my graduation was really impactful for me. And the fact that she just texted me and said, "Hey, I appreciate you being here tonight," shows the relationship that we've had that has sustained over 8 years. I currently work in education. I am employed at San Diego State University, and I actually had the chance to collaborate with Ms. Palmore with the Makaisa conference that happened for Filipino students, which is supposed to support Filipino students with their mental health and also like career opportunities. So I just want to say that I know you've heard a lot of statistics tonight, but I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my story and the lives of people that these counselors are impacting. And we're the people that come back to our communities and give back the way that they've been giving to us. So really take into consideration the people that you are supporting, because they're supporting us, and it continues that cycle for the National City community and also just like the South Bay. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
J.A. Santana. J.A. Santana. Alexa Vasquez. There's no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F7 by the public, F8 by the public, F10 by staff, G3 by staff and the public, G4 by Mr. Segura, G7 by Mr. Segura, G8 by the public, G15 by Mr. Segura, G18 by the public, H11 by the public, K1 by the public, L1 by the public, N5 by Mr. Segura, N7 by the public, and O1 by the public.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moving to second, vote please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Is there coffee?
Water?
Okay, so we can move to F3.
F3.
Report on board request for information and policy. I can go. I have a list, but it'll be short now. First of all, I want to thank the Carpenters Union for being here. They have an item on the agenda, partnership. So I truly appreciate you, gentlemen and brothers, toughing it out here, and you're union members and go to union meetings, so you know what it's like. So I appreciate you being here. So I was able to attend the Castle Park homecoming, and with my wife, who's a graduate of Castle Park High, and it was great to see the students being escorted, or the court being escorted around the field in Corvettes and lowriders. It was really, really nice. I was chatting with several of the parents from the court, and they mentioned how they're looking forward to the modernization of the athletic field and their new educational building. I think Mr. Gomez is gone. He put on another a phenomenal construction and engineering fair. The carpenters were there, and the plumbers and pipe fitters, iron workers. Bo Coleman, the business manager from the ironworker, he's a graduate and lives in the community of Mar Vista. So I was glad to see that, and he was chatting with a lot of students. And the roofers were there. It's a number of colleges. It was really, really well done again. And Mr. Monroe's IB students had their biodiesel lab going. That's always very cool. Just thank everybody who helped make that a success. Oh, I'm done.
Nope.
Damn. I also attended on the district's behalf the National City's 66th annual Salute to the Navy luncheon. That was phenomenal. And I was in the Navy a million years ago. Never had been to that. Been invited a bunch of times. That was a lot of fun because there was like 100 sailors there. So, and really good food. So it was a good time, and I enjoyed talking with a lot of the sailors and guests who were there. Trustee Elva Cepeda Lopez and I hit it. Lopez Cepeda, sorry. Hit a number. Went to a number of schools. We've gone to Castle Park. We've gone to Montgomery Middle. We've been to Granger, and she can highlight some of the other places and what we learned there. But it was very, very, and went to a number of classes, and it was very informing, and to see the students learning and talking to the teachers. I also had a really nice Zoom meeting with Adolfo Segura, no relation, but a fine gentleman from the Otay Water District who wants to start a partnership with them and trying to expose the students to the many professional, the good jobs they have there. There are like a lot of organizations that need employees, and they pay really well as well, and they have offered internships. So I passed that on to the superintendent, and he's already working on that, and I think he's even has another water district involved now too. So that's going to be good for our students in our community. I did the pumpkin launch, which was really awesome. Which is now housed at Montgomery Middle. They have a wood shop there. And I know the carpenters could definitely check that out. They build a trebuchet. How do I say French names better than I could say Spanish names? It's just not right. Trebuchet. So they're going to have a wood shop that they're going to actually build those there, and they're very. We have to get you gentlemen invited next year. You'll really, not participate. See them actually. They're full on the sizes of this ceiling bouchets, and they launch pumpkins long ways. Well, no, you can't call them a catapult. They don't. That's not a catapult. Yeah. So they don't like that word. And I also attended Southwestern College Veterans Day ceremony, and it was really well attended, and it was a very nice event. And with that, I am done.
Okay, I will continue. Hello, everybody. Buenas noches a todos. This past month, I attended several events. I attended the Southwestern College Legislative Luncheon. I attended the College and Construction Trades Show at Castle Park High School. I attended the Minicabe Conference at Otay Ranch School. I attended the Makai celebration, also at Otay Ranch School. We also had the opportunity to visit Mar Vista High School in their after-school programs with Mr. Fernandez. Campuses that I visited was Granger Junior High, East Lake High, Castle Park High, and Mar Vista. And anywhere else?
I think that's it.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Segura, President Segura and myself are on tour, and we go to different schools. And of course, the fascinating part for me is going into the classrooms and just observing the teaching. But usually I get involved, and then I get to ask to leave.
No.
Yeah, because I don't want to go. I'm having fun because I participate. And with that, I will stop.
Thank you.
Just real briefly, I just want you to know what a pleasure it was working with the students who have been pushing for the fossil-free, clean electrification resolution. These young people were so very focused and dedicated to the cause, and thanks to our board and folks here at the district for making that happen, and look forward to rolling out those programs. And I guess a program alert, right? Mr. Ringfield, a few months back, wrote an article that appeared on the op-ed page of the Union Tribune, and he was, probably not pounding your fist, but you were adamant about the need to get people registered to vote, especially students in our district. Get the 17 and 18-year-olds registered, the 17-year-olds in advance of their birthday. They get a registration card on their 18th birthday. And of course the 18-year-olds, and especially in time for a big election year coming up. And so we've been working together, and we've created a team, and beginning in the weeks ahead, we will begin organizing a district-wide voter registration drive, not just for students, but for teachers and other staff, for families in the district, so that South Bay will turn out the highest percentage of voters anywhere in this county in 2024. Mr. Ringfield, would you like to add to that at all?
I just like to say thank you, Board Member Ambrose, just for really not only appreciating my article, but your dedication to civic engagement, because I think especially in a community like ours that is majorly BIPOC and low income, sometimes you can with all rising costs, being the most expensive city in America, you can forget about showing up to meetings because you have to work. I heard earlier a counselor has to work another job, she can't show up to the meeting. When talking about civic engagement, I think it's so important that we have these events like this drive, because it's going to be huge, especially access, making sure that the times that we have for this event is accessible. So that if you do have to work multiple jobs, if students have to work jobs, that they can register to vote. So thank you for your help on this.
Well, thank you for the idea, and the drive will officially begin after the holidays. You'll see registration tables outside of our schools throughout the district, and I hope that you will encourage people to please take a few minutes, register to vote, and be part of the solution to issues in our community. Be engaged. So thank you again, Mr. Ringfield.
Thank you. Let me just add one more thing quickly on when we went to Mar Vista and after-school program. We saw some amazing, we have some phenomenal and incredible after-school programs. They had a dance, a Filipino dance. They had ballet folklorico. They had skateboarding. So they have skateboarding where you can actually skateboard. Can you believe that? And you get credit. It's so cool. And then they have ramps, and it's a very athletic sport. And I was very impressed with that. And then they have where they make their own skateboards and actually press them into boards and design them. We have some very, very good after-school programs, and I appreciate Principal Kramer and Mr. Fernandez for taking us on that tour and leading us around. And it was student-led as well, so it was very informative.
Right, and we were mostly impressed with the Grill Master Club.
Yes, they had a phenomenal.
They had a Grill Master
Club, yeah.
But they wouldn't give us samples.
No. So with that, we'll move to F7, and that was pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
I agree that the Blue Dot programs with the skateboards are amazing because you get to see really the artistic side of the kids, and that's where they really thrive. Tonight's agenda includes $77,980 in settlement agreements, bringing the cumulative total for the year to $182,550. Again, I would like to note that the amounts reported are misleading, as the district does not fully disclosing the full cost to taxpayers. As I say at each board meeting, on behalf of the students with disabilities that we are entrusted to serve as well as their families, I urge the district to prioritize the needs of these students and to take proactive measures to ensure that all students receive the high quality education they deserve.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
F8, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
As president of SCJ, when asked to review the student calendars or provide feedback, I noted that specifically in 25-26, it might be in the best interest of students and staff to move the October PD to November 10th, as the November 11th holiday would then fall in the middle of the week right after that. By moving the PD to November 10th, the teachers could report back, but the students would have 2 consecutive days off. Historically, when we've had a holiday in the middle of the week, a Tuesday, it's resulted in higher absences on that day, not just students, but staff. Mr. Ringfield's already planning the days. Making the adjustment would have just been a friendlier student schedule.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
F10, pulled by staff.
Thank you, President Segura. So this item has to do with the nomination of board members as candidates for the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Region 17 for a term from April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2026. Ms. Vicero, is there any other context you'd like to add?
The board can nominate anybody from our board, anybody from any other district in Region 17. Any nominations have to be accepted by the candidate, and the candidate submits a biographical sketch form. So should you nominate anyone, we'll notify that other district if they're from another district. And the names of who you nominate will then appear on the ballot, and then you vote. So it's through an election process, not an appointment process.
And so mine's up in March, so we were notified that because our ADA fell below 35,000, we lose the seat. That's the seat I'm in as a delegate. According to Deanne and many other, we've always had 2 delegates forever.
2 appointed delegates.
2 appointed.
So we automatically get 2 appointed based on our ADA.
So mine now ends on
April. March 31st.
March 31st, so I wanted to continue to serve for 1 more year, and then, so that's why this was brought up, so I appreciate a nomination.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anything else? Just a vote? Okay.
If that's the only one they want to nominate.
And I'd like to nominate Board Member Emerald.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. I think.
Okay, so wait, so, Ms. Emerald, you motioned the first nomination for Mr. Segura. Would you like to modify that to include yourself?
Well, sure, so it's one.
So it's one vote for
yeah.
both of you?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Thank you. And still seconded by?
Yes.
Mr. Solis. Okay, thank you.
for that.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
D3, pulled by public and staff.
It's the report.
It's a report, yes.
Thank you, President Segura. So this item is a report on California Community Schools grant for our district, again, for the period of 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25. I'll ask Dr. Alvarez, I believe there's somebody here to help us with the presentation, but Dr. Alvarez, if you can introduce the item.
Thank you. Good evening. I hope everyone's doing well and feeling safe or safer. The community schools grants are opportunities for our students and our communities to be transformative. And we have our partners with SEA, with the president, Lucy Ugarte, and with our TOSA, our teacher on special assignment, Nichelle, who will help me present. So if you guys could go to the podium, that would be great. I've just got an opening introduction. We have SEA here, but I want to ensure that in terms of the collaboration, we've collaborated with all of our partners, our labor partners across the district, as we've implemented the development of a plan for our planning grant. And so Ms. Beal with SCGA, Mr. Farina with CSEA, and our labor partners across the district have helped supported in one way or another, whether just reviewing the planning documents or being participants in our trainings. This is a collaborative approach because it's not going to be one element that will be supporting community schools. It will be our entire district supporting community schools. Point to you.
It's blinking like it wants to plug in or not.
Glad I'm not the only one.
There you go. Oh. Coming back.
There we go. So the first thing that we want for those of you who are in the audience right now is just to take a couple of seconds, maybe 15 seconds. Close your eyes, don't go to sleep because I know it's late and we're tired. Just take 15 seconds and think about what would be your dream school? What elements would be included? Who would be there? Why? How would we do things? What would be some of those essential people that you would want there? Just take 15 seconds and we'll just count down. Okay, I'm going to bring you back because otherwise I'm going to start hearing some snoring in just a bit. So for us, it really is looking at what are those best wishes, those best intentions that we want for every single one of our students and for every single one of our staff members and community members to feel that they are part of a school community that can really change the lives and the trajectory for our students. Yeah, Deanne, it's not moving forward.
I think it's because you have videos in it.
Is it? Is that why?
And it doesn't like those.
Yeah, maybe it's the PDF.
Because it's not a PDF. It's the videos.
It's the actual videos.
Canva.
Okay.
Run it through Canvas.
But I couldn't get it through Canva. It wouldn't let me do anything.
Okay, so can you just click on that to see if we can start on the actual video? So this is just a brief, about 2-minute video of what community schools are and what the message is behind them.
Audio.
With families, working together to realize a shared vision. This is the school every student needs. This is a community school. Community schools are public schools that partner with stakeholders to create the conditions students need to thrive. Community schools can be found across the United States, and their numbers are growing fast. But what exactly makes a school a community school? They integrate student supports. Clinics, counselors, and other services ensure each and every student is ready to learn. They expand and enrich learning. Extended school days, summer programs, and real-world experiences help students reach their full potential. They engage families and communities. Partnering with residents to identify and meet community needs makes everyone feel safe, welcome, and involved in school. They lead in collaboration. Inclusive decision-making and peer learning builds trust among students, educators, families, and communities. When a school stands on these 4 pillars, it's a community school. Research supports this 4-pillar approach, but there's no one-size-fits-all model. Every community school is different because each community is different. Figuring out what it looks like in your community starts by getting actual community members involved. That's the full-time job of community school coordinators. They're the human bridge connecting all the partners and stakeholders that make community schools possible. So that's what makes a school a community school. Now, how do you pay for it? Startup costs like hiring a full-time coordinator can be raised from foundations or state and local governments. Tapping into existing funding and partnering with local businesses can bring in service providers. Sharing resources and staff with partners can help everyone do more. And as a community school becomes more established, leaders can advocate for budgets that sustain their impact and new funding to expand it. Every community school is different. What will yours be like? Get started at communityschools.futureforlearning.org.
You can go to the next slide, please. So as was mentioned in the video, really the foundation for the community schools are these four pillars. One, the family community engagement. The second one, looking at collaborative leadership and practices. The integrated student support so that there's wraparound services for students and families. And then expanded learning time and opportunities. Some of these elements you see currently in our schools. We have them. But to have all four deeply embedded and aligned in a very coherent fashion is really the distinction about community schools. Community schools are not new, but we do have, at this point in time, through state and federal funding, opportunities to apply for grants. The grant that we have currently is a $200,000 18-month planning grant that allows us to explore community schools. We have the opportunity to seek grants anywhere between $200,000 and $400,000 for our school sites, more or less. And then we'll talk about some of our schools that qualify for those community schools elements. Next one.
So community schools is built on the four pillars of a community school, like Dr. Alba was just saying. But on this slide, you'll see it's a 4x4. There's also components with regard to a framework. And community schools, though, is more than a framework. It's a transformative strategy. We use the framework as a guideline or an outline for planning and implementing our community school. We have a saying that if you've seen one community school, you've seen one community school. You're not seeing, it's different because it fits the needs of every community that it's in. So you'll see in the next slide a couple of community schools that are in our communities now, and each one of those is very different. The QR code is a link to the California Community Schools Framework, and I encourage you to look at that because it gives a very good comprehensive overview of community schools. And as my partner here, Nacheli Veronica Mata says, it's probably the best overall comprehensive summary of getting the idea of what a community school is. And it must be noted that this 4x4 is not, we can only have one aspect of the community school or of the cornerstones. You have to have all elements in order to have an effective community school, to actually be an actual community school. So we have some very good resources. On the right side of the slide, you'll see that there are districts that have implemented community schools very effectively across the state, and one of them is San Diego Unified. Nacheli and I had a chance to go look and speak with some of the coordinators there, and they're a very good resource for our district in our planning and implementing of community schools. You'll see that the associations, the labor unions of these school districts are also involved because it involves writing MOUs and actual contractual language for the sustainability of the community school aspect. In our community, we have feeder districts that have these planning grants. South Bay, we have National Elementary and San Ysidro Elementary School districts that are in the same aspect of the planning that we are. They got their planning grant at the same time that Sweetwater Union High School did. We are fortunate enough to have CVESD, who's about 18 months ahead of us and who have opened their community schools at Harborside Elementary and Palomar Elementary. And one of the decisions we're going to have to make in planning our community schools is determining if we want to keep the community school within that feeder area, such as Castle Park Middle and Castle Park High for these two schools, or do we want to take our resources and spread them out and move them out so that we could say that community's needs can be met at those 2 elementary schools. So why don't we take our resources and move them to another geographical location so that that area can benefit from having a community schools. So there are a lot of options and there are a lot of decisions to make, but as you can see, we have a lot of resources. Eventually, what we're hoping to do with the feeder districts is to have a community school collaborative or cohort for the South Bay that includes all of our feeder districts. And if we can play the video.
This model is really the model a lot of us have been waiting for as educators. It really, the democratic principles, our ability to have a voice in so much of stuff in our classrooms and our schools, our ability to meet the needs of our students that so often are unmet and just as devastating for our students and us as educators. That's what drives us to this profession, is our ability to connect with them. I think this is something, the way that we put issues about anti-racism at the core of this, the way that we have a say in so much of our work lives, I feel like is something that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Again, I do want to be clear that folks have been struggling around this for generations and decades, but this momentum we have on this is something that I think we really need to step into, and I've been really happy to play just my part in helping CTA to do that.
As Dr. Alvarez said, community schools aren't new per se. They've been around for quite a long time. But the data that we have is from the last 20 or 30 years. And so we've seen with community schools that are implemented effectively a decrease in absenteeism and a decrease in racial and economic achievement gaps. And that QR code there also is that the page numbers, the 113? 121 page document that shows that data, and that community schools also helps raise academic achievement, graduation rates, and it improves school climate because the whole community is involved and on campus. It's more than just those wraparound services. It's being able to have parents and community come on staff and access those resources and be able to work on the actual school site as a community. And so again, that QR code will take you to that data and to that evidence-based intervention.
So this is our most current data that we have for the district, continuing from the Y of community schools. Going back to what Ms. Ogata mentioned, when we look at the past 20, 30 years, community schools have been able to improve student academic achievement. They have been able to connect our students in our community to our school community as a whole, and to continue to be part of it as a shared decision-making process. So this is just a snapshot of where the district is standing right now. The California dashboard data in terms of the demographic will be updated in December. That's when the data gets released. Next, please. So how are you going to select our community schools? There are 12 potential community schools or current district schools that could become a community school, but it will be up to our steering committee, a collaborative process, to select which schools do we want to prioritize for the first cohort of community schools. And we would have the eligibility for the steering committee coming up soon. Next. So when you look at the left, you'll see the potential qualifiers for the California grant. In addition, when planning to select potential school sites, we need to look into our current enrollment for those particular 12 school sites, any additional grants that we may have, and whether we might want to create a natural community schools pipeline within our South Bay community or not at this point. Next, please. So you will see a quick overview of both of the grants that we have, the state on the left, the federal on the right. There are a lot of similarities and a few differences. But overall, we have to have a community school coordinator for our grants, and the eligibility for the California one depends on the percentage of unduplicated students that we have. So we've heard from other districts, we've heard from other schools that have done community schools that you higher your percentage, basically it's you increase the likelihood of obtaining the grant. So we could go to the next slide. This is what it could look like in terms of the grant for our potential community schools based on the California grant. It depends on the number of students that you have, and it's broken down from the first to the fourth year and the fifth year. These are the potential 12 schools that we could look into having become a community schools overall. And we have 4 middle schools, 8 high schools. This is for the first cohort. We don't know how many schools or which schools. This is up to the steering committee once again. Yeah, sorry. So who would make this a reality? I wish I could tell you that it would be up to one person, but it's truly a collective effort. When we talk about community schools, it involves multiple layers, multiple people working to make this not just a community school, but a transformational community school for our students in our South Bay region.
So we wanted to give you a status update of where we are. Nichelle was hired in the summer and began with us on July 17th, and then went back to the classroom for 2.5 months to support our students with special needs at Bonita Vista High School. At that same time, she was still supporting some of the work, and we have been doing some planning and meeting with our partners, our labor partners, but also our fellow school districts to learn from them. And so we've attended community school collaboration events. We've done a community school convening that occurred here in San Diego. We have presented to our administrative teams, to our principals. We've presented to our TOSAs, our teachers on special assignments, as they're going out and talking to other teachers across the district, and to SEA. And we'll be working with our other labor associations to present to them. And we've been doing a lot of listening and learning and reading to ensure that we have all the information. The other thing that we've done is that we did apply in the summer. It was due in August. We applied for a federal grant with our South Bay Community Services partners with SBCS. For the 3 schools in National City. So Granger, National City Middle, and Sioux High. And we should be hearing, I think in December, where we are on that grant, whether we've received it or not. And that should be a pretty substantial grant. That partnership also includes 2 schools in National School District. So there will be a true, if we receive that funding, it'll be a true community vertical articulation and alignment to help support our students and families in the community. We can go to the next one. And then what are the next steps? Ms. Veronica Mata referenced the steering committee. So we have a steering committee overview. We will be socializing that, sending it out to the schools, to our parents, to our families. We also will be developing, once that steering committee is set up, we'll have a vision and mission. We will develop a selection process. We will look at draft MOUs. One of the things that, in terms of working with our labor unions, is that usually there are some resolutions that support community schools that are brought forward to the board. So that we can, as a district, say that we are behind this, that we really want to collaborate together. And so we'll be looking at that. We're developing a logo, a website, and then we are doing a lot of presentations and listening tours Initially has gone currently and visited, I think, 11 out of the 12 school sites and has talked to either a CRF, community relations facilitator, or a targeted resource teacher to kind of get some insights from them, just some very initial conversations to see what are some of those needs. And people are very excited about the opportunities. And then we will be conducting needs assessments at school sites in conjunction with what Dr. Moore and his team with MTSS has done, so that there'll be alignment across the district in how those supports are provided. And then we're waiting, as I mentioned, for the federal grant notification that should be coming soon. So we have a lot of excitement, a lot of potential with community schools, and a lot of learning still. But I think we've tried to approach this in a very methodical manner and one that's been very collaborative. Ms. Ugarte and a whole team went to UCLA this summer, and you spent, what, a week there learning about community schools. So there has just been a lot of collaboration across the board to ensure that all of us are essential elements in looking at how we develop this and how we support our students and families.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's just one more. So this is just our contact, and then I think the most important thing is really the survey. So there is a very informal survey that just asks you some questions about community schools and what you know and supports. So if you have an opportunity, we will be also sharing that at each presentation that we do so that we can gather some data. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that update. Do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, did you want to take the public comment first?
Yes,
Or
yes, let's take some public comment.
Michelle Beal?
In reviewing the presentation on community schools, the one thing that really resonated with me is the community schools model is supposed to be a collaborative model inclusive of all stakeholders, and all stakeholders should have a seat at the table and a voice. This means that teachers, counselors, classified students, and parents and the district should all come together, and I truly hope that's what happens. Community schools model addresses what we as counselors have said for years. Our students and family need access to more mental health services and more community resources, and we need to work together to make sure that the needs of our students are met. But there's simply not enough time in the day to provide all the services for our students and families, and they need access to resources which are limited. Counselors recognize that COVID has amplified these needs, particularly in regards to chronic absenteeism. Counselors spend countless hours working with students to help identify needs, obstacles, and the resistance to attending school so that we can address those needs and have students who are confident about re-engaging in school. Our continued work as counselors in this district is why the district continues to see these students promoting and graduating each year. I look back at the information that was presented, and I see that, you know, we had in 2022-23, we had an 85.7 graduation rate, and more than half of our students are meeting the A through G requirements. So that's largely in part to the work that we do. For as long as I can recall, counselors have recognized the need for more student services to meet the needs of our students and have repeatedly shared our concerns with the district. Fortunately, one of our very own counselors decided that it was time to address the growing need for mental health services and resources for families. So she decided to create a fun environment that would provide these services that students and their families have been asking for. And as a result, Wishwell Counseling and Empowerment Centers for Kids was born and is currently thriving. Because we recognize the need that most of our students need additional supports outside of school, many of our counselors work there in the evenings, providing services to those students, the students that they're not able to get to during the day. It just goes to show that counselors are typically on point with knowing what our students need. It's nice to see that as a district, our district is now moving towards community schools, and the hope is that these will truly be community schools that are inclusive of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this item. All right. We got another question.
Two questions. MTSS, what does that stand for?
Multi-tiered system of support.
Multi-tiered, okay. And then these community schools would be set up at current school sites, or do we open up additional sites?
That's a great question. So it's using the resources and assets management at each site. So each site that would be selected as a community school would function as that. So if it were, for example, the schools in National City that we've done the initial grant for, it would be, so Sioux High would be a community school, Granger would be a community school, and then National City Middle would be a community school.
And
So it's
drawing from the
school.
same neighborhoods.
From the
that
same
draw the
neighborhood,
children
correct,
now, right?
correct. But it's also drawing the supports from the neighborhood. So it's looking at industry, at nonprofit agencies that are in the community. So it's really defining what assets are there and what are those gaps that may be present and how do we fill them.
So that's what community school is. Don't we have that same ability now to draw from the community for resources?
We do. I think the difference in that is probably when we go back to those 4 pillars where you look at those shared leadership and collaboration. That's probably one of the elements where there's some distributive leadership models that occur at community schools that don't necessarily reflect all of our schools currently. And so there is a little bit of a leadership difference. There's also, for some of our schools, well, actually most of our schools have before and after schools, but that extended learning opportunity is also one of those elements that sometimes isn't found. We fortunately have expansive after-school programs with all of our Title I schools, so in that area we're covered.
And the cost of this, you say there are grants available, but have we estimated what extra costs there might be to the district to realign these schools?
Yeah, so the cost would be really after that 4th or 5th year of those ongoing costs. For example, one of the elements is that you have to have a community schools coordinator at the school site. And so depending on what level, and that's a job description that we don't have, a position that we don't necessarily have currently. So we'd have to create that, and then we'd have to negotiate it. So continuing that after that 5th year would be something that we would have to look at, whether it's foundational or foundations that can help support it. Would it be something potentially that could be a budgetary consideration out of LCAP or out of restricted funds, such as Title I? There are some elements that we would have to look at of how do we sustain community schools in the long term.
And then, of course, how are the students doing? Are they performing better?
Success measures, exactly.
Thank you.
Trustee Lopez-Spedek.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez and Ms. Ugarte and Ms. Mata. Very informative presentation. You've identified some possible schools. And when we were visiting Granger, we were talking to Principal Wong, and she was talking about how the school is already a community center for the families that come in, because that's where it all happens. And I mentioned the community schools, and then she let me know about them working with National City and the possibility of having the thread all the way through. And I personally think we would probably get more bang for our buck if we aligned ourselves with the other districts in those communities, because obviously Castle Park is close to Harbor. Yeah, Castle Park High, Middle, and Harborview, and there's Castle School as well. So if we work with that community, we could piggy off of each other, and in not only making them stronger across both districts. I mean, that's just an idea.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something that needs to be considered by the steering committee. You know, as Ms. Veronica Mata explained, you know, the option of doing that vertical alignment and having very strong centric community supports is one option. The other option is how do you maximize the funding and maybe support another community at another level. So I think those are definitely discussions that we have to have as we collaborate and look at what models are working around us to see which model we choose.
Yeah, and in addition, you've identified some possible schools, but then those schools need to have the buy-in. The staff needs to have the buy-in. Just because you say this would be an excellent place, it may not work if we don't have everybody on staff in. Yes.
Go to the podium. Yeah, Ms. Ugarte, also, if you want to respond to any of these.
So that is one of the main things and one of the biggest differences with community schools, that it has to be driven by the community. You have to have not just the initial 12 potential school sites, but you have to have not the buy-in, the willingness and the drive from the community members, from the students, from the teachers, from the administrators to make this happen.
In some of the models that we looked at, multiple of the models, one of the things that is asked of this, from the steering committee of the possible schools, is an application process, because that ensures buy-in. If the school site is coming and applying, and then they had thresholds of like 70%, and some of these schools had 70% staff, community, parents, student buy-in, students. So when they applied, and that was their goal, but a lot of times it was 85 and 90% buy-in to applying to this process. The other aspect that I keep a very close watch on, which is I think why Dr. Alvarez asked me to speak, is that collaborative piece. Every voice is equal. The student has the same voice as the principal. And so what this is going to do is it's going to shift our leadership, and our principals have to be willing to understand that the community member, the parent, the student, the teacher that is on their steering committee, it is truly a collaborative leadership in this model. And so it's going to take some work, and it's going to take some buy-in, but we're hopeful that the schools that we see that currently qualify are going to be willing to move to this model.
Thank you.
If I may, President.
Solis?
Thank you for the presentation. With the schools that we're talking about in my area, they are community schools. We have everything that happening there. For example, at Granger, we have Samahan there already. We can just expand that and make it solidify that, so that they're able to help more students. At Sweetwater, San Isidro Health is close by it, and at National City Middle. So I like the role of the coordinator. He's like the bridge. He or she would be the bridge to make sure that all the stuff that's disjointed right now, because we have it in all the schools. You put it together and make sure that the resources are there for immediate use. So if a parent or a family comes in that's homeless, they have the resources to send them. Be like, here, there's no delay. It's like it's there, and they're able to have. So I really appreciate this. And the question that I had was with regards to the steering committee. There's a steering committee overall, and then each individual community school is going to have their own steering committee.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for that great presentation. That moves us to G4, pulled by me.
That was G3.
Yes.
That was G3.
So, so this is, to me, this is a very important MOU that we don't have no speakers on it or anything, right? Just me and Mike and Jesse there. And I don't know if you gentlemen want to come up to say any words, but yeah, I was hoping they would. You're good. No, please. This has been work in progress, and I truly appreciate the effort on both sides to get this to where it's at now before the board. I didn't want it to go through on consent, although you guys might have wanted to go on consent. No, you didn't. But this is going to be a really good partnership with for our students and the community. These brothers, gentlemen, The carpenters have a phenomenal apprenticeship, and if you've ever toured there, you notice that, or if you haven't been, you should go. They do more than, when they do outreach, they don't just hand out flyers. They do legitimate training of the students and giving them opportunities to learn. And I just really look forward to this and solidifying our partnership.
We're glad this day has come.
Thanks, Mike.
We have Mr. Gomez to kind of blame for this. Maybe
Yes.
a little bit of my persistence, our team's persistence and what it looks like to build a pathway or to support somebody, right? And then Miss Brina Drew came along, and we started looking together, and Caesar calls me and says, hey, I want to take my kids on a tour of your training center, and I want them to build something, and I want you to buy them pizza. And I said, I don't have that authority. I said, but let's talk about what it looks like really to support your school, but the whole district and what you have to offer. Some of us have been here a long time tonight. We got a chance to hear a lot from different parts of education. And I'm hammer as nails, but I can hear the educators in the room, right? I can see and hear the counselors in the room and what it looks like. I know that they're missing a Carpenter College recruitment on their side. This is just another pathway for those students that aren't going to college. They can still meet their dreams. So thank you for considering this tonight. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. And I appreciate General Counsel working on this diligently to get this before us. Did you want, go ahead?
Yes, I would.
Trustee Solis?
Gentlemen, I want to say thank you. I've seen your work in National City, the work that you do to help our kids. Remember that one studio got flooded? You guys came in and, yep, you guys came in and took care of it. And like, quick, it was amazing. And I appreciate everything that you guys do. So thank you.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. I just want to, again, say thank you, and also want to say, I know building, we started a project labor agreement a number of years ago, and I want to say thank you to the carpenters, because the carpenters were signatory to that. It's been a process in the building, and we continue to add different unions. I know we also reached out to a couple other construction trades. But I want to say thank you, because this is how we're starting to bring supports to our students, so they have access to that career education. And so thank you for that, but also thank you for being here this long this evening. It's appreciated, and I just wanted to extend my gratitude. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Move this second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Right on. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. That'll take us to G7, and I pulled that, and I just wanted to just say something briefly that that's just another investment in our career technical many pathways, and I truly appreciate this investment into those. And with that, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
G8, pulled by the public.
Have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
As counselors, we're always excited to see additional programs and services brought on campus. We appreciate the ability to partner with organizations that supplement the work we do on a daily basis. We recognize that parent and community engagement are essential to helping us as we work with students and families to plan their educational and career goals and assist with FAFSA and CATA. These meetings are typically held on campus, and counselors are often asked to present, which we are always happy to share with our knowledge and expertise. These programs certainly provide an opportunity for PK and the schools to work together to ensure student success, so we are glad to see this on the agenda.
Thank you. I'll second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
G15, pulled by me. The same thing I said the last time. It's just more career technical and education investment. And with that, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
G18, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Yet another exciting program that continues to supplement the work that we do as counselors on a daily basis. Providing information on college readiness, providing strategies for social and emotional learning and stress reduction, providing information on creating and maintaining an effective learning environment at home, and providing information on supporting essential skills in the 21st century. All things that we provide our students and families with on a daily basis. Again, supplementing the work we already do and collaborating with outside organization ensures student success, so we are happy to see this on the agenda.
I'll make a motion. Moved and seconded? Or I'll make a motion.
A second.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Takes us to H11, pulled by the public.
One speaker, Michelle Beal.
When reading through the MOU and reviewing the scope of the work, it seemed odd that the basis of the work is social emotional learning, yet counselors aren't mentioned anywhere in the MOU. For those who are not familiar with the work we do as counselors, SEL is a large portion of what we spend our day doing, primarily at the middle schools, which is where the work is being focused, Castle Park Middle and Chula Vista Middle School. Counselors receive referrals from staff throughout the day and are the ones completing the threat assessments when appropriate, connecting families with services. Moving forward, it would certainly be appropriate to include counselors in the discussions and the work, as it's a large portion of our job.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Moved.
Second.
Move to second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
K1, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
This is just a clarifier for myself. Again, I seek to understand things. I noticed on the agenda for the consultants over 5,000, there was only 2 listed, but then when I looked in N1 on the purchasing agreements, I saw several other consultants listed. Melissa Reeves, Kasim Harley, Manny Tao, and I'm just wondering if those were previously brought forward and that they go on the purchasing later. So just trying to understand. So thank you.
Superintendent?
So for that question, I'll ask Dr. Sockel to provide some information, some clarification.
These items here, so I guess I have a question on the N item, the reference there, because usually on the N items, those are contracts under 25,000 via what we call an Exhibit C, which is reviewed then also by legal. These here we work through if it's in anything over 5,000. I think it's just separate and apart given the scope.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is there are 2 separate processes. They both come forward for board approval, one through this process for consultants over 5,000, and a separate procedure for consultants that may be under the Exhibit C.
Exhibit, and then also there's a different agenda item if we do anything with the ASBs also.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
L1, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
On tonight's certificated staffing worksheet, it includes a change of assignment for one counselor. While that's not an error, it is in fact correct. The concern is that since July 10th of 2023, SCGA has asked why certain positions were not posted despite administrators assuring counselors that they had submitted the PARs to Human Resources. The SCGA contract allows for counselors to choose not to take on additional assignments. Yet the failure to post these positions, even partial positions, ultimately doesn't leave counselors an option but to take on additional assignments to ensure students are provided services. SCGA has submitted repeated requests to Labor Relations regarding postings and to date has not received a response. In our opinion, it's simply unacceptable to not be provided an explanation as to why PARs, who, again, the administrators have sworn they submitted, are not being posted.
Superintendent? Did you have anything?
Yeah, I'll be brief. It's my expectation that positions will be posted timely. That is my expectation. If there's any reason why, I'll ask Ms. Pedrosa if there's some type of explanation. Otherwise, we can explore this moving forward later this week.
Okay.
Ms. Pedrosa?
Thank you. So while the expectation is that all PARs be submitted timely, there's a process. And so Human Resources can only post positions once we receive them. So let me explain that for just a minute. I think the board was provided with a multi-page explanation of how PARs are posted. A PAR needs to come from the site. Based on the funding, it may go straight to finance. Human Resources has no visibility of those positions until it is approved by finance and they have had an opportunity to check the budget. Once Human Resources receives it, I would agree the expectation needs to be that there is timely postings, so I will review with my team, particularly on this one, to see if we need to move something forward quickly.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for L1.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
So I pulled N5, but I didn't mean to, so I'll make a motion to approve N5. Seconded. Vote, please.
Sorry, Ringfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
And 7 pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
November 13th, 2017, Sweetwater awarded Crow the auditing services. This was prior to the 2021 deficit debacle. Do not interpret this comment as a slant against Crow. It is not. While 3 of you trustees were not here at the time, President Segura and Mr. Solis, you were. You, I am sure, remember myself, Mr. Marinovich, and Matty Adato calling for a deeper audit scope. We knew the finances were not right. We wanted a forensic audit. You chose to ignore us, and then the bomb hit. Deficit, fraud, corruption. Once the SEC and FCMAT got involved, all of a sudden deep dive was in order, and that money you didn't want to spend all of a sudden became a moot issue. Crow came back with a deeper scope, higher price tag, and thorough review of 2017's numbers. My concern tonight is the fact that we are not following the California Department of Education's recommendations regarding the number of years the same auditor may provide services for an LEA audit. And I quote, commencing 2003-2004 fiscal year, a lead or coordinating audit partner having primary responsibility for conducting or reviewing an LEA audit may not provide audit services to an LEA for more than 6 consecutive years. Now, the law has been revised, Betty Yee, January 21st, 2022. See, I am good at my research. Stating if the lead audit partner or coordinating audit partner responsible for the audit or reviewing the audit has performed services for the LEA in each of the 6 previous audits, regardless of whether or not the lead partner or coordinating auditor has played a role in the past 7 years, you are now prepared to choose Crow for the 8th year. This is not about Crow. It is about fiscal responsibility, fresh eyes, no friendly relationships, new and independent. While this may very well pass tonight, next year, we need a new auditor. It is worth noting, the night Michael Fine took this board to the woodshed, he is FCMAT's chief executive officer. I'm just going to really enjoy this part. He came up to me and stated, Mrs. Cheers, I have listened to your comments for months, and I wanted to personally tell you, you were right. I just had to throw that in there for you all that don't know me. I do know what I'm talking about sometimes. So hopefully we're going to get a new auditor. It's not about Crow, but we need somebody new. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to get an opinion on this. Is there a limit on the number of consecutive years that we can have the same auditor?
Superintendent?
Thank you so much. Thank you for that clarifying question. So, Dr. Salkel, I think if you can explain the process and how we are implementing this particular procedure.
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Geary. So we do, after the 5-year time period, we went for an RFP. So that is in accordance with the education code. So it could be the incumbent firm, such as Crow in this case. What we do have in place is the audit partner that's been in charge over the last few months, or kind of overseeing the district, that will be rotated. So there is a rotation to have a new audit partner lead the work.
And who's the new audit partner?
It is, give you the exact name, because it was Kevin Smith, and now it will be Jeff Jensen.
And Jeff Jensen is with a different auditing firm?
No, it's still with Crow.
It's still Crow.
We still maintain Crow, because we went through the 5-year period, we did the RFP, went through that process. It's just who will be the partner with that firm. That'll be rotated.
How does that comply with, I would imagine, the intent of the rule about switching auditors every so often?
I don't think from the rule necessarily that it's the audit firm, it's the auditor that's overseeing the work.
We're happy to provide you a Friday update to give you more specifics. I think it's a deeper conversation. I believe Dr. Sockeld's point is valid and is accurate as to the law. We will provide you an update, though.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, that'd be great. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second, vote please.
Wingfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Last one is 01, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
I did draft an email to Ms. Quirk, and I meant to corner her tonight, but with all the chaos, I forgot. So I'm just going to ask the question or state this. Many of the instances of break-ins and destruction of school properties happens after dark. Schools are like homes, and those with ill intent seek the cover of night. Will these cameras have IR, often referred to as night vision? Montgomery High School's Project 2 included IR cameras at the request of then Principal Rodrigo. Those night vision cameras proved useful on several occasions, including one time during a basketball game when the door was rushed and the cash box was stolen. And they were able to identify those people that did that. So my question is, will we have night vision? Thank you very much.
Superintendent?
The conversations I've had with Ms. Quirk indicate these will be state-of-the-art, including some artificial intelligence capabilities, so definitely state-of-the-art.
Does that mean night vision?
Yes, that
Okay.
is that is current
I think that was
state-of-the-art. Yes. More directly, yes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Wingfield?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
And with that, we are adjourned.